Greetings humanity, and welcome to Channel Otherdoc. I'm Jim, I use he, him pronouns, and this is The Outer Veil, one of the story arcs in our Waking Nightmares campaign of Don't Rest Your Head, the finale of The Outer Veil story arc, as it turns out. This is Don't Rest Your Head is a game by Fred Hicks of Evil Hat Productions. This is a supernatural horror game in which the Insomniac characters have been awake for so long they've developed strange abilities. They've developed strange abilities and can freely interact with a realm of living nightmares. We're going to go around and say hi to everybody, find out once more who they are and who they're playing. And we shall start with Krimsin. Hello.
Hey y'all, I'm Crimson Galaxy. That's Krimsin, because I'm not me without a little bit of sin. My pronouns are they, them, she, and they, and today I'm gonna be playing Katrina Wales, a homeless trans musician who got into the Mad City through the circumstances of life becoming very overwhelming, and now she's been here a while and she kind of really likes it. And let's see how this finale goes.
Yes. And now we will head over to Ace. Hello.
Hello, I am Ace, and I play Cal Fatham, who does tarot for fun and has some big secrets that might be revealed in this finale. Who knows?
Who indeed knows? I go into these never knowing what's going to happen, so it'll be as much a surprise to me as to anyone else, probably. And finally, we will head over to Cassa. Hello.
Hi, I'm Cassa, and this is a great game. I play Tamsin Zhao. She is an assistant journalist. And, that's what I forgot. She, her pronouns. I always forget, and it's like everyone does it, and I was like, yeah, let's do it, and then I just forget. But yeah, she is enjoying wanting to write a story about what's happening.
Excellent.
Great story.
Excellent. And now let us see. Before we jump in, though, like we do with other games on this channel, we're going to be using the X card, the N card, and the O card. If we hit something that's crossing a line for one of us, any of us can type an X in the Zoom video chat or anywhere else, or hold up a card or make an X symbol, and we'll back up and do something else. If something happens that we're okay having in the game, but we don't want a graphic description of it, we can type an N in the Zoom chat and we'll fade to black on it or put it behind a veil. So it'll be there, but we won't go into detail. Finally, if we're exploring a topic or an area of roleplay that's particularly intense for us, but we want to keep going anyway, we can put an O in the chat to let us know we're okay and that we're all good to keep piling on the drama. Something else we can do is put an O with a question mark after it when we're moving into a difficult topic, or if we say or we do something and then think maybe that might have been a little too much, then everyone else can respond to that again with an X, an N, or an O to let us know if we're still doing okay. We're also using the pause. If any of us needs to take some time, we can ask for a pause in the game while we discuss things, or just take a break for as long as anyone needs. And as a reminder, just a few content warnings. This game has the potential for discussions of physical and mental debilitation, insomnia, death, law enforcement, nightmares, body horror, being stalked and chased by supernatural beings, and other horrific themes. The game has mechanics related to states arising from sleep deprivation, and those are referred to in-game as exhaustion, madness, scars, and fight-or-flight responses, but it places the expression of those states squarely in the hands of the players. If you want to see that come up in chat, you can type !DRYHCW. That's Don't Rest Your Head content warning. That'll be popping up regularly in chat as we go. Also, please remember we have an open door policy, which means that any of us and any of you can feel free to step away from this at any time if we need to. It is just a game, and mental health is always more important. It occurred to me we never actually got into the scars mechanic. We haven't done that. But it's one of those more obscure things that I threw into a sort of a side thing, and I don't know if anyone ever saw it. But we'll see. It hasn't really been needed yet, but you never know. But let us see here now. What has been happening? Well, many things. Many things. So when we last saw our insomniacs here, the market district of the Mad City, the place where the nightmares live, and where people who've been awake for as long as they have can go and meet them if they so desire. Even if they don't desire, that often happens. So the market district was having a little bit of existential trouble as someone knocked a small black hole into one of the buildings right as 13 o'clock was happening. And as a result, the market district was thrown into a bit of chaos. Was swirling around in space, detached from the rest of the Mad City for a while, as it was sorting itself out. Katrina and Tamsin, who were on street level at the time, got to see all manner of craziness of buildings basically collapsing into each other and racing about. And they got to see the Mad City from very high up as the as the market district was swinging by through the air. And eventually, all of our insomniacs found themselves at a club, Club Raven. Cal had come there after having been separated from the group. He'd gone through a door and ended up walking for a very long time in the Shadow District. And having a nice little conversation with the crone, where they basically told the crone that they had been doing their best to try to get a hold of the clock that the crone had requested, but they had not been able to. And the crone seemed to accept this suggestion, and it's just decided, well, what we'll see what happens when the clock strikes 13. Any moment now. Cal raced to get out of the Shadow District and once again found themselves at Club Raven. They actually showed up first, and then Katrina and Tamsin shortly afterward. Club Raven was an interesting place. It was... Its new owner was the host, and the host generally, when the club is in the form of Club Raven, it takes multiple forms, but when it's in that form, it generally demands that its customers pay in either debt or performances, typically. And let's see, Katrina basically did a very big performance there, and a big stage. Everyone could hear what Katrina was singing. Was the guitar Katrina was playing. And
literally everyone.
Everyone.
Every single person and nightmare.
Well, everyone within the reach of the host. I'll put it that way.
Mm-hmm.
And there were some transmissions that happened as well, as it turned out. Other nightmares with the ability to hear it probably also heard it, which will probably come up shortly. But as this went on, they found that the host basically seemed to be providing, a great deal of love and attention in the moment. And then that feeling when all of that love and attention immediately goes away. And so basically I talked to Katrina, talked to Tamsin about whether or not she was going to in fact be a reporter or not. And those tabs were settled. They're doing... Cal's tab was not effectively settled, unfortunately, as the bartender was still kind of going under the old rules, perhaps being a tad too nice. We don't know. But at the end of the once the clock, they sat out the 13th hour in the Raven, And strangely enough, as they were leaving after the clock struck 1, they saw a raven land on a lamppost, and the raven had a message for Katrina from the mortician, apparently. Basically to the effect that he finds that he is in Katrina's debt. He likes to settle such things quickly. He will be working. He will be doing a job on the. And actually, I had another look at the map. It should actually be what he would refer to as the anti-clockwise end of the market district, at about 1:30, and to basically meet him there to settle up. And so he'll be there working, doing something at that point. It was also noted to Katrina that there was another entity that had definitely that might be able to get them a better look at the city overall, because they can see to a lot of places, and that this entity, whoever it is, probably noticed Katrina's performance. Katrina asked for the being's name, and the bartender hinted, "Oh, you already have it." And as he kind of did something with a patch on Katrina's arm, Katrina noted that there is now a static pattern in the background of the patch that matches some of the static that shows up on some of the electronic billboards that appear in the Mad City from time to time. They are the market district has settled very close to at least this end of the market district. This would be the clockwise end of the market district, has settled near another district called the Grid, and we shall see kind of where things go. One other thing that did happen is that Cal was looking through their cards at the end, because they had initially they used their madness talent, which involves bringing things forth from the cards. Used the sun card to try to be able to see around the shadow district, and it had been getting dimmer and dimmer. So Al felt something strange, some strange weight on the cards, pulled them out. Sort of weird darkness in their pocket, hard to say. Looked through and found that the sun card was now eclipsed. So perhaps things are happening. And I, for one, would like to know what those things are. So, you are at the clockwise end of the market district. That much you know. And you are, which means that from here, you're actually kind of in the middle of the market district. So right now, what you can see is the Grid on the opposite street. At least you assume it's the Grid. Big cyberpunk nightmarish place. That sort of cyberpunk / Geigerish place that the stranger mentioned to you folks. What would you like to do?
Hey y'all, do you think you might want to come with me to check this out? I show them the letter, and apparently that letter I wrote for that raven, I get a reward from the mortician. They should be just down the street.
Yeah.
Oh, I look at it. Yeah, I mean, looks legit. It's always good to get rewards, right?
Yeah, honestly, I've just been flying by the skin of my teeth the entire time I've been here, and I'm surprised that in this last hour, everything is just kind of coming together perfectly. I thought the 13th hour was supposed to be terrifying, and the 13th hour has been my favorite hour.
Yeah,
It was pretty cool.
Right?
We can't pass through the shadow district or dark places anymore. I don't think so. And then I showed them the sun card that's been all blacked out.
I will say, sort of in the background, as we hear them saying it was pretty cool, they see they see a clockwork police truck drive by off of the at the intersection with like a bunch of folks inside pounding at the windows trying to get out, just very quietly going past as it proceeds with its collection back to District 13. Sorry, yes, go ahead.
I love it. I love it.
Feel bad for them.
Oh, Cal, what does that mean? What did that change? Was it? That's not the same card from before.
It is. It's the sun card, but I think I made a mistake using it when I went through the Shadow District the first time. Now it looks like this, and I don't know if it's even safe to use anymore.
Yeah, I'd be really wary about that. Like, that sounds intense, and it seems like someone might have gotten their tentacles into your deck.
Yep.
It doesn't have anything to do with the Shadow Crone, does it? Yeah. Did you tell us? Sorry, out of character. Did you tell us?
I don't think I told you out of... Wait, yes, okay. Yes, I told you in character specifically that I managed to trigger.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Ace did mention the talking to the Shadow Crone, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's be careful because it could have been her work. Could have happened. I didn't pay attention when, but she has control over that district, though.
Yeah.
Who knows if
maybe keep that card separate, or do you think she could control any of your cards?
I'm probably gonna keep it separate just in case. I don't see the black stuff on the others just yet, but I also don't know. Can she hear us from stuff she can control? So let's be careful.
Definitely.
That's true.
Mm-hmm.
We should have like
our
a
magic got
code
in
name
there.
For her or something. Like
well, if she can hear this conversation, coming up with a code name or code phrase would be redundant.
Tamsin was like really quiet, trying to be really quiet. The second she was not.
And then Cal will say a little bit louder, but it's not like we have anything to hide from her, is it?
No, we definitely did everything we could to get that clock for sure.
And now we have more time to try it again.
True.
And Tamsin's like really quietly whispering to Katrina, wait, but didn't you just say you're getting an award reward from the...
I didn't mention what it was about.
That's true. Cal, maybe you should just throw the card away.
I lean back attached? In. I think that no matter what, we're gonna end up having issues here with the crown, regardless of what happens, based off of my stupid decision. So I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold it off till we're as long as possible.
Yeah, we need to find a Faraday cage for your deck.
An iron box.
Yeah.
And then, wait, I have an idea. Let's just go on to the district and try again. And Cal will say that louder.
Yeah, that's
a great idea. Uh-huh. That's a great idea. You're so amazing. Yes. We have to keep trying.
That's smart.
Yeah, and they'll just walk away and suddenly just pulled out the card and just slide it onto a bench or something as they walk by.
Okay. So, Cal, I need to tell you something very briefly. Mm-hmm. Now, it's very strange, but you do feel as though you can do it. But as you go to drop the card, you get this feeling from as though it's kind of hard to do. It's like, this is your card. You really want to keep the card. There's this impulse that comes to you, this desire. So if you want, you can drop the card. But there's resistance for some reason. and you're not even perhaps completely sure why.
I think.
Or perhaps you are sure why. We don't know.
With that resistance that they're feeling, they look at the card, try to drop it, and then in a movement like they're gonna drop it, they then put it in their pants.
Oh no! See, it's one of those decisions. I'm going to make this clear. This is like the decision. This isn't quite as okay. This isn't a perfect analogy here. But it's kind of like the decision to put down the One Ring.
Yeah. But it's their deck. They want to keep having the complete deck, and it's the card they've used the most, so they're having a hard time letting go.
Okay. All right.
And
So,
besides, that deck is you're precious.
It is.
And Cal didn't say specifically they were gonna drop it, so it wasn't like it was planned to the others.
Like you were about to, and then like, why don't I keep it? Anyway.
Yeah.
I want to drop it, but I want to keep it even more.
Also, if you lose a piece of the deck, who knows if any of the magic will still work? It might work by being a complete set.
I mean, I already lost a piece of the deck technically. I gave one to.
That's true. You gave a card. You already gave the card to the stranger.
But I gave him a minor arcana and none of my major ones.
Yeah.
So that's the thing.
Yeah. Okay, so scratch that thought. It doesn't exist.
Must put card. No. Okay.
So if I'm saying this as Tamsin, Tamsin's like talking to them again and saying, so if we're not really, do you think the mortician is pressed for giving you a reward? I don't think anyone would be like rushing, right? Is there?
It sounds like they're in the middle of a job, so they might be there for a little while. I think it was more of a, hey, I'm going to happen to be here for the next couple hours. If you can swing by, then I would like to see you. But I don't know if it's like you have to go.
It feels more like they want their debt repaid as soon as possible.
Yeah.
So that might be nice to hold over someone in case of,
They want it as soon as possible, but they won't go out of their way to do it themselves.
I have just a little bit of worry about that, if I'm gonna be honest. I don't think it would be smart to play with the patience of potentially one of the most powerful people in this realm.
That's true. And so, back towards the. Oh, why did I?
We're in the market district, and that's where the shadow or the mortician.
But everything
will
moved,
be.
right?
Yeah.
So, are we close to the shadow district?
Well, it's hard to say. You're right now. You from where you are currently standing, you can see the grid. You would need to move inward to see if you are. And yeah, actually, you need to figure out if you're facing outward or inward. That's the other thing, I guess. Because that's a good question. I guess you're not completely sure if you're on the clockwise or the counterclockwise end of the district right now.
And hold on, also, I say to the others, there's also, we're not going to the Shadow District, right? We're going back to Necropolis? Or are we going to the Shadow? What was
No, it's here in the market district that I'm supposed to be meeting them.
Oh, okay.
We just need to take a walk around and see if we can find it, because the streets got all rearranged.
Then let's do that.
Cool.
Okay. So,
yeah.
Which way do you want to head? And
where was
I realize
that
directions sound weird right now.
You said we're on the counterclockwise right now,
well,
or the
it's hard,
clockwise?
Well, it's hard to know, actually.
Can I hop onto a building?
Yeah, you can do that. Do you want to just kind of... Are you flying up, or are you just
It
are you gonna
depends.
park?
If-
Yeah.
If it depends if my wings are still
Functional.
solid enough to carry me.
That's a good
45
question.
kilos.
Also,
Let's-
I'm not heavy.
it's got to be over that 3-hour mark by now. You might need to go visit a medical professional.
The wings
Sure.
do feel like they are. Well, I need to know, Tamsin. Do you start hopping up, or do you wait before doing that? I just need to know.
I
if
think I
you're-
would try to like ruffle out my wings first and see if I could like
Yeah.
hop.
Feathers
up.
start falling. I'm gonna ask for. Okay, so I kind of want to just combine this into a single roll if we can. So the objective here is to get up on top of one of these buildings.
Yeah.
And I'm presuming you're
That'd
going to
be fun.
include your parkour
Yeah.
ability with that. So you can use this can be a minor or a major use of that talent. Which do you prefer?
My wings are looking like under 50% or like
You're not looking great.
they're not looking
right
good.
now,
Okay.
yeah.
A major use.
Okay, in that case, you're going to need to up your exhaustion by 1 before you do it. And I will remind myself using this little placard I have created.
Necro, yeah. Oh, card. So cute. Okay, so up 1. And then any.
Oh, right,
Did
I
you
need
say
to-
How many?
So I need to tell you the number of pain I'm going to roll for this. This shouldn't be difficult. So this is actually going to be only a pain of. So you're on the edge of the district. So we'll call it a pain of 2.
Like the tallest, one of the tallest.
Oh.
So at least I could see like further. If I could, like the furthest I could see
Yeah,
before
yeah.
it was like too small.
The tallest building nearby, we'll say, probably is what you're looking for. And still in the market district. I assume you're not crossing over to the grid to do that. Okay, all right, just checking. So yeah, no, that's fine. I'm just going to give it a pain of 2. I'm going to be rolling 2 pain dice.
I won't do any madness. This is cool for me.
Oh, shoot.
Okay. So you have already got 2 successes. Let me go ahead and roll my pain.
What?
I got 1 success, and pain is dominating. How many despair coins do I have? I have 4 despair coins. And before we went live, there was some hope coins spent. Let me see. Do I go for the truly evil thing and give you a 6th exhaustion die? That's really the question, I think. I feel as though it's actually thematically appropriate here. I'm going to spend a coin of despair to make exhaustion dominate.
Oh, okay.
And so you're going to increase your exhaustion by 1 more.
One more? Oh,
up to 6,
that was quick.
right?
That was quick.
And so, yes, you're able to leap up, and you do realize upon trying to use the wings, it hurts now trying to use the wings. They are, and they feel like they're kind of slowly decaying at this point. They're not doing great. You hop up, though you do manage to climb up, the old-fashioned way. And you hop up the side of this basically what looks like it's actually an apartment building. And you clamber up onto it, and you get a look, and you can get a look around. So, and you get to the top. You're very tired. When you get to the top, dear God, you're tired.
Oh,
You get
that was too much.
You get to the top. And so from here, you note a few things. Yes, you now have oriented yourself. You are on the clockwise end of the market district. Because behind you are the outskirts, and ahead of you, you can see the clock tower. To your left is the grid. Also ahead of you at the edge of the market district, you see these sort of big, kind of slightly forbidding buildings. A lot of them, they look like they're from a lot of different time periods, but you think that the district in between you and the clock tower, it has a lot of you think it's probably the re-education district, if that's since you did see that. I think you did see that floating, maybe. Or was that you? Was that someone else? Who knows? Anyway, the re-education district is there, so that's, a lot of different school-themed buildings, colleges, things of that nature, or buildings along those lines, architecturally speaking. So this street to your left is a major street. It, behind you, of course, it goes, and it not very far behind you, it goes and links up with the outer ring street that goes between here and the outskirts, which are a lot of lower buildings. Between you and the clock tower, you see the re-education district. Across, you can see, is another district you have not seen before. That has what looks like a number of transmitter towers, and buildings from different eras. Again, buildings that some from that go back at least to, like, 40s, 50s. But then also very modern buildings. There are more modern buildings in that district than you think tend to be in most of the ones you've seen. So there's some interesting sculptures. There's statues over there. And you see a lot of there's some electronic billboard, a lot of electronic billboards. A lot of there's like, you see like a dirigible passing over that district that's advertising something. That's advertising a type of furniture, it looks like. It looks slightly Vegas-y in some ways, but also not quite as directly sinful in the same way that Vegas would be. As it were. It's sinful in different ways. That district over there.
And can I gather from what the names of the different districts, what that was? Or was that the grid?
The map that, the grid is to your left, and the grid looks way more, also has nothing that's not modern and actually futuristic in it. This other district has stuff up to modern, but doesn't seem to go, cyberpunk like the grid does. So the grid, the grid, the major districts, as you recall from the old map. I think you have the old map. Yeah, that's right. The stranger gave you a map.
Yeah.
The old map, the major districts, the four major districts were District 13, the Financial District, the Penitence District, and the Re-Education District. I think you probably saw District 13. I think you all saw District 13 at some point. So, at least from a distance. And so it's not that. It's not the Re-Education District, because that's also in front of you. So it might have replaced either the Financial District or the Penitence District, but you don't know which one right now.
Yeah, okay.
Whatever district this is, it's substituted for one of those.
So I have a good kind of bearing of kind of where things are. But anything outside of that could have also changed?
Yeah, that's the thing is, you've got a view from this spot, right?
Yeah.
You can't see the whole city from this spot. You've got many blocks going out. You can tell that district that's, again, where the major district, the bigger districts, right? And that these are the smaller ones, but at the same time, you can't see, you're on one side of this small district, so you can't see to the far end of this district yet, even. So you're not sure what lies on the other side.
once I figure all
Did you
that
have your
out and
bearings?
remember, write things down, I'll jump back down. Oh, no, I'll carefully move back down since my wings aren't.
Yeah, go ahead,
I'll
glide
try to
back
jump
down, see
and
what
then
happens.
I'll pull myself back up right at the edge and turn.
See anything cool up there?
Yeah, everything's kind of everywhere. So I'll take out the map and kind of just point out and say what was going on. So the grid, and then there's another one that I'm not sure, and then there's one with a bunch of schools and universities and colleges, and it looks pretty cool. We're close to a main road that's kind of following the outskirts. So maybe that would be an easy way if we had a car to get to places.
I mean, last time we had a car, we ended up getting chased, so...
No, but that was an invisible car.
I mean, when you left us, it wasn't invisible anymore.
Yeah.
That's true.
You did, by the way, from up there, I should mention, you did see that there are still subway entrances too, so those are also
we can also
usable
take
if you want to go for it.
But it was a little bit sketchy.
But also, we were following road rules back then, so maybe if I actually drive like I know how to drive, then we won't be in as much trouble.
Yeah. I'm not a bad driver, but I don't know how driving in the Mad City.
Yeah.
I don't
There are-
drive.
And there are cars that you see going back and forth. There are taxis also occasionally that you will see.
I'm sure that'd be expensive here too. Taxis.
I mean,
Maybe
we
out of
got
budget.
lots of coins.
Yes, but we're
27 is not a lot.
But we're also obviously not residents, so they might heighten the price up like those upstairs.
They could rip us off. All right, so subway it is. But we're not. We don't need to go anywhere at the moment. Now, does the thing say? Did the message say where you were meeting the
Did it?
mortician?
The message said that he has a job at the anti-clockwise end of the market district.
Oh.
And
Okay, so
Yeah.
point out where the clock tower the direction of the clock tower.
The clock tower's over there? Alright,
Yeah.
so anti-clockwise would be there. I think...
for our American viewers, anti-clockwise equals counterclockwise, just in case anyone was
Yeah.
unaware of that.
I know, I'm thinking.
Oh no, I was just saying for
Okay,
anyone watching.
So the grid is right next to us. Would the grid be
Well, don't we just
left
turn
or
around
right?
and walk away from the clock tower? Wouldn't that be anti-clockwise?
No, that would be away. Counterclockwise would be like going in the reverse direction of the clock.
So if you're facing the
Did I
clock
see
tower,
where the clock is
counterclockwise would be to your right.
It would be
Okay.
to our right? Okay, that's
Yeah,
what
yeah.
I was trying
Yeah.
to figure out.
So away from the grid.
All right,
Yeah.
away from the grid. I guess we go this way?
I think so. And
Hopefully.
let's take a walk.
Yeah.
See what's going on.
Hey, thanks for having my back again, by the way. I don't know what I'm walking us into right now, and I really appreciate y'all, helping and hanging out and everything.
I mean, we're here just exploring, right? I don't think there's a rush.
Together.
Yeah, we're together. Except -1, of course. I hope he's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if he was okay. Eh.
I truly
It
hope
wasn't
it's fine.
bad. He saved our asses a few times, right?
I agree, but it just felt like every time I opened my mouth to say anything, he was like constantly being contrarian for no other reason than to be. You know what I mean?
I've also met other people like that, playing devil's advocate wherever they go.
True. Some people just like to push people's buttons.
Mm-hmm.
Next time we see him, we have to ask him one big question now. Does he still think this is a dream?
Who knows? Maybe he does.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like he started to get it towards the end there because, like, he started making better decisions and stuff. So, yeah. And I think right now we are walking and talking, just for clarification.
Yeah.
Quick question. Are you going through via side streets inside the market district, or are you going to one of the major streets on either side of the market district?
So going through or going out and around?
Yes.
I would say through. I would
say through, yeah. I think we're just like
we'd be
walking down the main street having a conversation. Yeah.
I'm fine either way.
Downtown going fast.
Mm-hmm. Like the confidence has now grown on us that like we're okay, right?
Yeah, we know we got the gist of this place. It's fine.
12 more hours and then we'll worry again.
Instead of the awkwardness of being in a new city, it's just awkwardness of being in a part of a city.
We were talking to everyone. Yeah. So we're going through. Are there any cool things around? Maybe some fortunes or some cute knickknacks?
Yeah. This part of the market district, you're kind of on the interior. There are some, there are some apartment blocks. You see, there are at this point, it's a lot of sort of cheap apartments and studios and stores. There are. You pass by a doctor's office. You pass by a few dive bars. You pass by, and a lot of these businesses that are selling things, a lot of these are esoteric things that they're selling. It's a lot of sort of practical stuff, but there are buildings there are a few shops that apparently sell love. There are shops that sell eyes, it says. There's a store that sells eyes. There's a store that sells, it says, there's a shop that just says government building on it is the name of the shop.
It sells governments.
It sells government.
It sells government.
I mean, does anyone want their own government?
I'm good. I don't want that much power. Oh, speaking of which, as we're walking, I'm gonna pull out that eviction tool thing and just be like, I don't want to risk this, and just set it down somewhere. That way, I don't want my nightmare form to be a landlord, so I don't want to use that just in case that's how that works. So I'm just gonna take it out and set it down and keep walking, just casually reach in, grab it, set it on a bench as I'm walking.
Very, very shortly, after you step away from it and you're heading and continue to walk down, you see a couple of kids kids scramble over and pick it up and start running away with it.
Oh no!
Oh no! Oh no!
It's okay, they're kids. If I see.
Yeah. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's fine.
Those kids are gonna evict their parents.
I don't know. As you get closer to the other side, it takes you a little while to get through. You're going kind of the scenic route. You hit a point where a street ends, and you have to like take a turn and go down another street, and then you then continue heading in the same direction. It's you do occasionally. You're going to hear the sounds of people running, but it's still fairly distant. So no one has spotted you as of yet. You run into people. There are people walking the streets out here. They're sort of coming out. Most of the folks you're seeing look human. You do occasionally see the person who is a coat hanger, and people with horns, that kind of thing. As you pass by, it looks as though you do pass by a point where it doesn't take too long to get. You see that one of that a new tower of some kind, a new tall building has formed here, and then actually Tamsin would have noticed this at first, actually, because it's that there's some sort of like tall shopping complex now of some kind, but it's like a sort of narrow tower with like it's a bunch of businesses stacked on top of each other, as probably fallout from the singularity. But once you get toward the other end of the district, you pass by a movie theater that looks like it got dragged over from the drama district or something. It's actually no, that wasn't possible. No building could have passed into this place. There is a movie theater. It doesn't look like the same one. But you will find that you'll start to be able to see, as you're getting closer to the end of the street, you make another turn and you see and get back in the correct direction. You're getting close to the end of to the counterclockwise end of the market district. You can see enough to see ahead of you that and you haven't emerged onto the main street yet, but you see that at the counterclockwise end of the street now, at the counterclockwise end of the market district, presumably, you see what looks like across the street. There's a major street, basically across. So you see at the end of this district, a major street. Across from that, looks like some kind of park. Actually, no, it's at first it looks like some kind of park, and then you realize there are sort of these Gothic buildings in there, and they are all swathed in shadow. The Gothic buildings next to a small park. And it looks as though that looks very much like the Shadow District again. The terrain of it looks perhaps slightly different, but it's definitely that one. So it's sort of hopped over from one side of the market district to the other, apparently. Well, I mean, the market district was up in the air, but yeah, the Shadow District is now on the counterclockwise end of the market district. And you see hounds prowling, slithering back and forth on that side of the street.
As we see that, I think...
Oh, just Cal says to them, so we have to be careful about those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say let's avoid them, because remember, the person that we are looking for was from the Necropolis, not the Shadow District.
Yeah, but the crone is probably not
watching.
Watching. But we can't trick her. I think she knows. So we just need to avoid. We'll kind of slink into whatever little alleyways are
Like-
out and about.
Are we seeing any signs of the mortician anywhere yet?
Well, not here. No, not right here. So you may have to look around a little bit.
All right.
I have an idea how we can look for him, but it's a little far-fetched. And then
Go
holds
ahead.
up the death card. That's from it.
Oh. But could that bring us to any death?
Maybe, but I don't see the Necropolis anywhere, and he seems like the first person from there that might be around here. If I can try to find him with it. With
I
something.
don't dislike that idea. I think it's a good instinct. I just, are you sure that you want to use your ability right now? Because like, I'm sure we could just as easily go through like some side streets or something, but it is up to you.
Who knows how long it'll take to find him? We don't know this area. We don't know the market district, and it might have changed so much that even people that do know it don't anymore.
That's true. Yeah. I'm all for it. I think if you're offering, then it'll work. Could work.
Yeah.
I think it will.
Let's hope it works.
All right. Just in case, I want one of you to hold on to this card so I'm not the one holding it in case something goes wrong. And then holds out the sun card to them.
Okay.
Okay, you got it. Cool.
Okay, yeah.
Who's taking the sun card?
I took the sun card.
You've got the sun card?
In my notebook.
Okay. Okay, thank you for letting me know.
Uh-oh. We're doing this out of view of the shadow area.
Sure.
Yeah.
So we did
Go
go
into
around
an
like
alley.
A corner. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's
Go to
absolutely
an
fine.
alley, have a card deal, make it look like we're drug dealers or something.
Yeah.
You're gonna go into an alley and what is it Cal is doing?
I'm handing off the sun card, and then I'm seeing if I can use the death card to find if I can feel anything but the death presence around us to try to find the mortician.
This will be very interesting.
Yeah.
He's gonna find like some dead person in the backyard or something.
Cal is very unsure about this, but gonna try their best.
Well, this will be very interesting.
Yeah.
So here we go. So you are attempting to use the death card to try to get a sense of his location, or are you actually trying to summon a presence of death to do this, or are you just trying to get in tune with the sort of the death vibes? What are you trying to do?
I think it's a little bit of both getting in tune with the death vibes and trying to find him, so it's a little bit of column A, column C.
Sure. I'm excited for this plan.
Mm-hmm. And if it goes wrong, it'll go horribly wrong.
So, oh boy. This is about to get very interesting and possibly complicated, but we'll see what happens. Let me look at some things. Okay, so the pain rating for this, because of the way that you're doing this, and because of the individuals involved, the pain rating for this is going to be 8.
Ooh.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Big
Possibly.
ouchies.
Well, let's see. For this, you're using your madness talent for this, and the madness. What you're trying to do, very basically, you're just trying to get sort of a location and a vibe. I'm gonna say we'll need at least 3 madness.
Yeah.
Dice to be rolled. As far as helping, yeah, if you can think of a way to help Cal focus on this, or to make contact with whatever Cal needs to make contact with, then you could help.
It's not something
Sure.
I can do, but if Katrina could give the paper, like.
Well,
maybe that'll-
I could not only give the paper, I could also give Cal a sense of calmness and easiness so that they can actually focus a little bit more with my madness talent. If they consent to that, because I wouldn't want to do any emotional manipulation without consent. So I explained this to Cal, like, if you like, I can give you a little bit more focus, but I don't want to alter your, like, composition too much. I want you to be able to be you. So if you think that that's something you're okay with, I would do it.
Yeah, I am.
All right, then I would use my madness talent for that.
Sure, yeah. And again, you're just really, we're only going to count your helping, so we're only going to count your discipline dice. But you're using your madness talent in this. Cool.
Discipline.
I don't know how I could help. I'll just kind of
Sure.
cheer you guys on.
I mean, you're keeping away a distraction.
Yeah, I'll keep an eye. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I can do that.
Keeping a lookout.
Mm-hmm.
But, so without this information, I'm going to roll 5 madness dice.
Okay.
I only got 1 success on my discipline for you, unfortunately.
I have 4 successes.
I'm going to roll my
Plus
dice.
Katrina's.
So yeah, so 5 successes you have on your side. I'm going to roll my 8 dice. I have 4 successes. So you did beat me.
Katrina came in clutch. But I mean, if it's 4, I forgot what
Looks
happened.
like madness is dominating.
Yeah.
It does. Yep. Madness is currently dominating. So, oh, this is interesting. For both Cal and Katrina, you would need to check off a response. Does anyone not have a response available to check off? So this will be doubly interesting.
I do have a flee response to check off, so I'm good for that.
Excellent. Your flee response, your flight response will check. Oh, this is going to be so delightful. This really will. Okay, so let's talk about snapping real quick. This might not
She snapped.
happen immediately.
Ah!
We need to talk through what happens, and then the responses will go off. But just so in preparation for what happens here, let's see. Snapping. A character snaps because they had no response to check off and was required to check off another. This is a moment of extreme stress, and they're in imminent danger of going simply starkly mad by the end of the scene, if not earlier. And a character who snaps must spend at least one scene or the remainder of the current one acting on their psychotic break, essentially. So from a player's perspective, so basically, your response boxes are going to all reset. It's going to get clear of check marks. Your discipline score will drop by 1, and you will gain a single permanent madness die. Which is basically you just change that on the sheet, and it'll roll it automatically with everything you roll.
All right, so let me decrease my discipline to 2, increase my madness by 1. Now, if I use madness, like my madness talent, I have a question. Would that be an additional die to roll, or would that be included in the dice that I roll?
So that's an excellent question. The way that way that it is typically distinguished, let me just see if it specifies. It just says permanent. This is rolled in addition to any the player might temporarily add to his pool. And so the way I'm reading that is that it's in addition.
Okay, cool.
So
I don't lose dice by doing this.
No, you
what I
gain
wanted to
an
know.
additional madness die. Be added to everything you roll.
Nice.
And so, as part of what is happening here, so Cal,
What
you're going
reaches out?
you're going
What
to be
hits me?
successful. Heavens help you. Katrina will probably be noting and monitoring this, using this energy or channeling this energy. What kind of feeling were you trying to imbue Cal with?
Just like general calm and focus.
Calm and focus. Okay. So, here's the thing. Everyone will note, Cal, as you are reaching out and you're trying to focus on the death card. You're focusing on death. The concept of death. To try to glean information from it about the location of the mortician. Everything feels cold. Even Tamsin will note that the temperature seems to drop by a few degrees. Katrina, you ever, as you're trying to channel this calm, you ever reach too far into the calm and the bottom drops out and the calm and the focus just keep going and going and going into this kind of dark pit to the point where it's just like this feeling as feedback from what Cal is doing, the certainty of death, the inevitability. That feeling will wash over both of you.
So it's like a really extreme version of dissociation.
Kind of, yeah. I think that's at least the feeling that is approaching, that is channeling. And Cal will see that from this card, we're going to note, yes, that this wave of energy spills out of the card and across the two of you. This it's not going to go wrong. You're going to get what you need, what you want out of this. Madness is dominating. Okay. All right. No, this is fine. This is fine. Tamsin will note that Cal and Katrina are surrounded by a cloud of what appears to be chalk dust.
I'll blow it. Try to see if I can blow it away
it's
from them.
a very concentrated cloud. You can't even see them through it.
Guys?
It's fine.
Let's
Don't
move
worry
inside the
about
cloud
it.
where, oh no, you can't, you're not there anymore.
Oh.
Or it doesn't seem to be. Cal and Katrina, this cloud parts for you. At least, yeah, appears to. And this this thing happens.
music changed.
You are
So
Something's happening.
in a different place,
No,
it
it's
seems. It feels
fine.
like it's strange because you can still almost sense and feel the walls of the alley nearby. But you are in what appears to be an office. But the room is very dark. There is a desk. There's a chalkboard, and the room is wood paneled. There are old-fashioned, very tall, almost decorated windows to this room. It looks very kind of Gothic almost. And actually, yeah, it looks fairly Gothic. There are books here. There is a clock, not the one you were looking for, because this is a grandfather clock with 13 numbers on it, ticking back and forth and back and forth. There's a chalkboard. There are a couple of those in here. And what look like sort of school desks of the kind that, you know, the one person you sit in it and it has the desk attached to the chair type deal.
Mm-hmm.
The big desk has a number of books on it. And you see a woman stand up from behind the desk. She looks rather like, I believe she looks like someone's grandmother, really, more than anything else. She looks like she's dressed kind of severely, however. She's, you know, black, button down, in sort of the fashion of a schoolmarm. And she has gray hair, which is pulled up severely in a bun. As she rises, she picks up a yardstick that's sitting on the desk. And you can see that her eyes are completely black. And her skin is pale. And she turns to look at the two of you.
Hello.
hi.
You do know, do you not, that it is impolite to just break in on someone like this?
It was an accident.
Was it? He's coming around the desk.
What reason would I have to lie to you?
We just looked for someone and here we are.
He is sort of smacking the yardstick against the palm of her hand. What reason indeed? Seems like you haven't had quite the level of discipline. And then accidents like this should not happen. One should be on the lookout when using eldritch abilities for such things, shouldn't one?
How do I be on the lookout when I don't even know what I'm looking for?
Forewarned is forearmed. Forewarned is forearmed. You should have done the research. You did not do the research. Did you? She's slowly slapping the palm of her hand again with this yardstick.
Okay, so calm and focused. Calm and focused. I'm gonna look up at her and I'm gonna be like, you don't, like, I'm sorry, but like, you seem a little agitated. Do you need a hug? Do you need some emotional support?
The side of her mouth sort of comes up a little bit in some kind of smile, but it is not a warm smile. And she says,
Malice.
Well, you do understand the value of such things. That at least is good. And you do seem genuinely repentant. So that is helpful. You want help.
Yeah,
You are you are scrying.
Seeking someone who needed to
Now,
help.
tell me why I should help you and not simply discipline you now.
We made a mistake. Everyone makes mistakes. And we
No,
learn
that's
from it.
that's not a proper apology.
Yes, it isn't.
We are genuinely sorry for intruding upon you in your place of living, and we will not make the same mistake again, and we will do our best to learn from the experience.
Okay, so we are going to make an apology roll now.
I am literally trying to play calm and focus in a madness type way, so I'm
Now,
ignoring the danger.
I have
is
some-
what I'm doing.
I have some terrible news for you. Because the pain of this interaction with this individual is 12.
Whoa. You stumbled across the big bad.
Oh no.
Goddamn.
Am I allowed to call on my exhaustion talent? Performance. Make her believe me.
Yeah, if you're leading the roll, then basically, is this going to be a major use or a minor use of your exhaustion talent?
It's gotta be major.
Okay,
With
so you'll need to increase your exhaustion,
with 12?
your
Yeah,
permanent
it's
exhaustion
gotta
by
be
1
major.
beforehand.
Uh-huh.
So yes, you're going to be making a this performance, trying to make it as correct and authentic an apology as possible.
I'm gonna roll
And-
all 6 madness dice. Thank you.
Yes, I feel
May
as
I
though that
help
would be
you?
appropriate.
Yes.
Yes, Cal may help.
Help in using my exhaustion talent as well.
You can,
Yes, for
but
flavor.
you're only going to roll your discipline dice because you're helping.
Yes,
Yeah.
for flavor, because
Oh, sure.
the exhaustion talent is an increased perception of people's stuff. They can tell exactly how
Oh, yes.
to make the apology better.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Cal,
whispering in her ear.
Cal, I'm gonna tell you that actually, as part of this, one way or another, you will. Well, actually, let's see how the roll comes out, and then I'll tell you if you notice this. You'll probably
So many
notice this.
dice.
Yeah, many dice. This is true.
And we're just looking at which stuff again we're helping out.
Yeah. When in your helping roll, it's just gonna look at discipline. Okay, so no successes
I got
from Cal,
nothing.
but it
That
doesn't count
happened.
toward whatever is dominating. And I'm gonna roll
Oh my
12
god.
pain.
That is so bad. That is so bad. That is so bad.
I have
my
6
God.
successes.
Oh,
I was not
only
expecting this
rolled-
to happen tonight, but here we are.
What do you
I
have? What do you
had
have?
13 dice and I only rolled 4 successes.
Okay, so let's see what's dominating before we extract the price. Tell me where do you have any 6s?
Yeah,
I
I have 2 6s in madness.
I
Oh,
have 2
great.
6s and 1 5 in discipline.
Well, no, Cal's
Yeah.
aren't going to matter.
Oh,
But, yeah, for this. So you've got 2 6s in madness, you say.
Yeah.
Okay,
And
so
those
madness
are my
is dominating
only
here as well.
sixes.
Oh,
Which means that, so if you've cleared your responses, you're going to want to check off another one right away.
I'm gonna go into permanent madness now.
Oh, is Cal, has Cal snapped?
Cal
This-
has snapped.
This would be an appropriate time.
I removed one.
Everyone's gonna go
discipline
crazy
for
on me.
Where
Like,
are
I'm
they?
gonna look down the alleyway. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna-
look back, and they're going like mental.
Cal has also snapped, which means, again, you reduce your permanent discipline by 1, and your permanent madness increases by 1. And you are experiencing a bit of a break. This is, there is, I expect, sheer terror happening right now.
Well, my madness snap was
This
literally the
Mhm.
feeling of calmness and focus.
Yeah.
So I'm not entirely sure how to play this, if I'm being completely
well,
honest.
And then also a fight or flight response is kicking in as well that you get to check off anew, so there's that. Cal
yeah,
also
that's
will...
my question.
Yeah,
If
clear
I'm
them off and
feeling
then check
that
one.
calm,
Well, no, Cal doesn't. Yeah, Cal can just clear their responses.
if I'm feeling that calm, would my fight or flight response even kick in?
It would, which means that you're calm, but there is also adrenaline happening. So, have you ever seen like a calm rage or a calm panic before? It's
Oh, I
this
have
thing
been
now
calm
welling
now.
up from the roots of the calm.
Okay. Fight or flight? Fight or flight?
Cal, as you are looking around with this ability, by the way, you will note
Fight.
that the nameplate on the desk says Mother When.
Not their win.
I just named her Karen, but thank you for the
Not
name.
Mother Why, not Mother Who.
Mother When.
When?
Yes. I can't remember if the stranger mentioned this person to you, but you know, all right. That's good to know. Might have, but very quickly in passing, so hard to say. So WHEN. So yeah. Oh yes, and right, and then also now that we've dealt with madness dominating, by the way, the roll was failed.
Yep.
Which means that then also, Katrina, I will ask you to, where's your exhaustion right now?
4.
Okay, go ahead and increase your exhaustion by 1 as well.
Then I snapped this up, would I still be under Katrina's calm?
No, it's probably going to break in a moment. But we're going to get through this scene because you succeeded on your initial roll and you're getting this information, damn it. But it's just going to feel like it costs a bit. So. She drifts toward you. Again, smiling maliciously.
Mm-hmm.
What a delightful performance. Drifting closer and closer. Her yardstick sort of swinging back and forth. As
My
she
heart
sort of
is literally
cuts the air
beating
with
out
it
of my chest
experimentally.
right now.
Well, I think that should be rewarded. You seek knowledge of an undead, not the dead. There's a distinction, you understand. There's a distinction, dear ones.
Yeah, one
I
walks
am-
around and the other doesn't.
Precisely. And it's rather
I checked
important.
Fight. I have to be confrontational.
Oh no, she's agreeing with you. You happen to have said something that is correct. And she says, "Quite. Therefore, I have been tolerant of those in the Necropolis, but I have very little patience for those who truck with them. So, she, they know they must stay. They must stay in line. Or if they do not, then they too shall have to be disciplined. Now, I shall give you what you want, but with it, you shall take a lesson, so that you must know which side of the divide you are on.
I'm already aware of what side I'm on. I have no interest in joining them. I just want my reward.
Oh, of course. Well then. Reward you shall certainly have. And a lesson. And, you think what she's gonna do? Let's see. Okay. She will, I have to decide how I do this. Okay. There's going to be a brief moment as she very lightly, she makes as if to bring the yardstick down, but then very lightly, give it a very light tap. And as this thing wells up, this knowledge, this terrible knowledge wells up, and Mother Hwen looks at Cal. Says, the procession is on the main, is just outside on the main concourse betwixt the market district and mine. This, you shall find that which you seek, is the one you seek is working at See the Stars, it is called. You will find those you seek at that place near the intersection. And with that final tap, for a brief moment, Katrina, you have knowledge of when you are going to die.
Ooh. Oh. Ah. E. Ooh.
The cloud wells up. Once again, this cloud of chalk dust. And she turns around, she says...
Thank you.
Yeah. You come again if you want a more proper lesson. And this cloud of chalk dust wells up back around you. And you will find yourselves once again back in the alley. And
I'm trying to pat away
this
on it.
knowledge will... You have this knowledge for but a moment.
What is it? I want. If I only have it for a moment, I can't really know. Okay.
It's too terrible to even speak out loud. This knowledge. But I think that for at least a brief moment, Tamsin, once the cloud clears, you will see the reaction Katrina has on her face to that knowledge just before it dissipates from her mind.
Katrina, are you okay?
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe sit down? You look like you're about to pass out or something. Cal, are you okay too?
I don't know. Who was that? Where were we? I feel calm and yet I'm not. What's happening?
Maybe you should sit down too, and I'll kind of just try to guide them towards
Let's
like a
just-
wall.
Let's just get up and keep moving. Let's just go.
I don't think.
Let's just
I don't
go.
think
It'll be fine. Let's just go. You'll be all right.
Just a bad trip. We're fine.
Everything's okay. Everything's groovy. Let's just
Did you
go.
find out at least? Did you find out?
Yeah,
at
Main
least?
Street, just down the street. We're good. We're already
Yeah,
like
we're-
basically there
Okay.
and doing this. Literally, it was just a chronicle of pain.
It's fine. Mother Wren showed us the way.
Mother Wen? That name sounds familiar. And oh, the stranger's Mother Wen, the one that's really powerful. You guys just talked to her.
Yeah, it was a thing.
It doesn't look like a good thing.
Maybe
we should get.
We apologize.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. She's not someone we want to cross, I don't think. But you guys don't look okay. Didn't we pass a doctor's on the way?
Yeah, there's
Isn't
a
really
doctor's
far.
office. Not too far.
We don't need to do that. It's
But,
fine.
you're closer to where you need to meet,
fine.
but there was a doctor's office. Yeah.
Maybe you can walk it off. Should we try to walk it off?
Yeah,
slowly-
let's go walk
slowly
it
walk.
up.
I'll try to help them walk.
And
Alright.
as you try to walk off your experience with meeting the most powerful being in the Mad City, we'll now go to break.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And
Mm-hmm.
we'll be back
That
in a little
went
bit.
as bad as it could have.
That went literally as bad as it could have.
But it was so good. So
It
bad.
was. Oh my god, this is amazing.
We'll be back shortly. See you folks in a bit. Welcome to the break. I have with me Pope, with whom we shall be discussing one of our favorite games, Urban Shadows. Hello, how's it going?
Going well. Always good to be talking Urban Shadows.
Yes. So, as folks may or may not be aware, I am hopelessly addicted to the game Urban Shadows. And we had a campaign of it that was meant to be a short campaign and ended up being a longer campaign on the channel. And I'll probably be running it again at some point in the future. What is your interaction with Urban Shadows?
Viewer of many a game. and have played it in person a number of times, and with actual play experience, doing that one story that we both shared in over on Tales from the Grim. So that is my Urban Shadows experience. I absolutely adore the system. I adore what it can do and what it lets you do.
That was so good. That was so good. Before I start reminiscing, though, I'm going to briefly mention, for those who may not be familiar, that Urban Shadows, it's an urban fantasy game, essentially, that is powered by the Apocalypse. It uses the Apocalypse engine. And it is about the intersection of all manner of different supernatural communities with each other, and is very much sort of based in many ways on noir fiction, because that's one of the foundations of urban fantasy. So that works out pretty well. It makes for some very interesting stories. There's a web of debt that connects the characters, and it's very cool in that respect. So I guess, what shall we start with? What tell us of something you have participated in that you enjoyed.
Well, I'll go to the tape, as it were, with Tales from the Grim. You can still find us up there on YouTube.
Oh yes.
But as you have experienced playing the veteran playbook.
Oh yes.
And having the
Yes.
joy of getting into trouble. One of the things that Powered by Apocalypse games does as a conceit, and it's a conceit I adore, is failing forward. And being okay with failure as a story opportunity. This is not something that a lot of other game systems do or encourage. Like, there's so many systems where it's just pass fail, and if you fail, story doesn't progress, or you have to build a new character. It doesn't encourage you to have those what can be important character and dramatic moments, not just for you personally as a player, but for the whole of the table. And in that game, with those few appearances, I had one of my favorite character deaths of all time. Not only did that death become something beautiful, it affected the rest of the game.
Yeah.
And
knocked over so many dominoes. Yeah. Oh yeah. No.
For taking the ball and running with it. And hats off to that entire crew for the story that they were able to weave with it all.
Yeah. Lauren was a great GM. Yeah.
Yes. And though it lets you have those moments, and with certain playbooks, High Immortal, one of my favorites, it's so shiny. Having death be not the end, but a further complication. That is a beautiful thing. Having end moves is a beautiful thing.
And that is interesting. An interesting thing also about that game is that your character can end in a couple of different ways, because you have these two different progress tracks. One of which involves, how much networking do you do, and then you can advance normally that way, as you do in a lot of PBTA games, where you can buy another advancement, another thing that you get to do, or you have the corruption track, which gives us a nice downward spiral that you can get these delightful powers that you can add on to your character until you become a problem for everyone else, basically, with so many of those playbooks.
And the corruption powers are proper in that they're so shiny. They are so terribly shiny. They're potent. So you want them. So that corrupting factor is ever present. And the more you use them, or abuse them, you're just going to burn that candle at both ends. And it's a beautiful thing, and it is mechanics that are reinforcing play, which there are so many games out there that they're only reinforcing an element of play. And one of the reasons why I love Urban Shadows is the mechanics reinforce all elements of play and is explicit about the story that you get to tell with each of these playbooks. Like, you can twist and turn things and make a story your own, but you have the big themes are immediately expressed in those playbooks. So you know what you're getting into, you know the stories that you're going to be able to tell. And that is something that Urban Shadows does incredibly good, even with having the leg up of being a PBTA game.
Yeah. And of course, having as you mentioned, we have both played veterans, both of which died at the end of a season, basically at the end of a story arc in the campaign, and then affected the campaign onwards. That death is one that isn't so much. I mean, it's in part mechanically built in, but for the most part, it just sort of happens. It is. It is neat to see just those arcs just over everything. And have you had the opportunity to be in any other campaigns or one shots that you'd like to talk about?
I have done a few one shots where, again, the veteran playbook sings its siren song for a number of those, as a lot of folks want to experience some of the more monstrous play. And so I always feel like there needs to be at least one mortal at the table. And I got this gray legitimately, so I might as well use it. And yeah, no, I am all about that playbook, but I will say, I have gotten chances to play a dragon, and that is so much fun. It just is. But things that I would love to get a chance to, again, that immortal playbook is like someday. As well as like, I think it would be interesting to play a ghost. Like that is a very interesting thing with how the different factions are. The Knight faction, yeah, we've got the werewolves and the vampires, but the ghosts don't get as much play as it seems.
Yeah.
And establishing, okay, what is the ghostly world of this city? You have died, and now you are a part of not just the city as you remembered it, but and not just these other groups that you now find yourself in community with, but the specific ghostly community and what that's like. And like, who are the power players? What are their habits? How close to them being resolved, or how far away from ever being resolved are they? Like that's an amazing question, and it pulls on those social strings that Urban Shadows gives you so well, where you're going, I want to know about this community. I want to know about the werewolves. I want to know, do the vampires have a quote, or is it just like a very small, tight-knit community? Like how, and the thing is, depending on your game and your players, it can expand and contract, as we saw with Lux Talons. Like,
Oh, yes.
You have that push and pull, and much so than a lot of other systems. It allows you to have those waxes and wanes as part of the story.
And something that I really like about Urban Shadows, there are a couple of things that it shares with other games that I really enjoy. One of which is the downward spiral that it creates in the rules that we spoke about. Delightful. But then also just the fact that it has mechanisms for adding on to the story to expand the lore at points during the campaign, because it's, you've got moves where you can just like, okay, I'd like to seek someone out. Okay, we got to create a person that, to help me with this, because you have these factions factions or circles depending on which edition you're playing, that each cover different things, and you got these different these different boxes you got to check to be able to advance, to be able to actually progress. And so if you want to meet with, so it's like, okay, I need a mortal who does this, and so you generate the character pretty much right then and there. Also, depending on how you're playing it, the generation of rumors baked in, I think, more in first edition than in second. But also it is in second. It is in second. It's just that's more on the MC side. But it is neat seeing just sort of the lore just sort of increase, and the depth of the whole thing happen.
In the circles, the factions themselves are just an opportunity for everyone at the table to tell a story, and to have that moment of, not everyone has to be quiet at the table. Once, okay, I'm going to find someone. One of the things they can do as an ST is just look at one of the other players and go, tell me, what do they look like? Look at another one. What's their name? Look at another one. What's a rumor? And be able to shotgun out a character amongst the entire table in this moment before you bring them to the fore. If you're creating off the top of your head, popcorning that way around the table gives everybody a chance to have that ownership. You can also do stuff in session zeros, and this is one of the beautiful things about these games, about Urban Shadows, is it really wants you to sit down with everybody and not just figure out who these characters are, but the relationships and the relationships with the city and the people there. So you have all this collaborative world building that's already going on. So you're pre-primed when you get to the table to continue doing them. And that makes the game fun for everybody.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I highly recommend this game to folks who haven't seen it and who are into urban fantasy or horror, to sort of check it out and see what they think. Pope, thank you so much for coming and chatting. Where can folks find you?
Hope World Build on the Twitter. You can find me there. I'll regularly announce wherever my silly face pops up next. And yeah, give a shout out for something adjacent to our urban fantasy with Brinkwood, the Blood of Tyrants over on Balrog 1911. You can go and seek that out on the YouTubes. And there are tons of really great games using Urban Shadows, like the one on this channel. Go and seek out Lex Talonis. You will not regret it.
Thank you so much. Well, folks, I'm now going to toss things over to my future self. In the meantime, take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. hi. We're back to this delightfully calm game. Don't rest your head. So
We're so very calm.
yes,
Very
yeah.
I'm
Cal is
calm.
very.
I will say, Tamsin, you will note on the way to the main street, which I presume is where you're heading now, that you will note there are a couple of fortune-telling parlors around here that you're seeing. That I know you were looking for those earlier, but there are a few of them.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we wouldn't be rushing towards the procession at the moment.
Oh,
I
yeah,
would try to be slowly, kind of maybe like guiding them left and right so that they would take
sure.
longer and maybe it'll
Sure.
clear their heads a bit.
Yeah,
So
but I
maybe
mean,
I'll stop
you
by.
see. I mean, it's up to you if you want to
I'd
do that
love to
before you.
stop by.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, are you just going to guide them into the parlor for a second, let them rest? Is that
Yeah. Just be
Okay.
like, hey guys, let's just take a little break.
Okay.
Little detour.
You'll see you
All
find
right.
one. It's basically on the corner. That's it's a kind of a dark building, with kind of the windows look like they've been painted over black. There's kind of this sort of this eye above the door, with again sort of drawn kind of in black over this white door frame. And I will note that when you step inside, it is kind of dim in here, but you do see there's a lot of what looks like there's what looks like a flat screen TV up in the corner, up on the wall in the corner, and some sofas, and then you see sort of this beaded curtain that leads to a further room in the back. There's nobody in here. But you will see a sort of a hand, a kind of a gnarled hand, pulls the beaded curtain aside. And you will hear, just sort of whispered almost, "One of you came in here seeking this place."
I'll put my hand up and say, hi. I thought I might as well stop in. And I'm kind of guiding the other two to the sofa.
"Oh yes, let them rest, child. Could you come in?"
I turn to the two of them. You guys, don't move. Stay here. I'll be right back. Oh, I'll turn to the whoever. I don't think I see them yet, right? Just
No,
the
you
hand.
haven't. You've seen their hand.
Yeah. Is there any way we can get like some water or something refreshing? Or
Of
they're
course,
not really happy.
there's a vending machine in the corner there, and
Okay.
you didn't see it before, but you turn and it's there now. You see, there's a vending machine with bottles of water and juice and things like that in it.
I'll ask. Do you guys have anything you want to drink? Juice or just water? Yes. Just water it is.
Do they have blue ball?
Blue ball?
There's a space
I'll
for
check.
Blue Bull, but it's empty.
Hmm.
Oh no, I think it's sold out. Like the button is
Water will be
colored in.
fine then.
Yeah, it's one of those where you can it's transparent, so you can see you can see inside, like one of those Snapple vending machines, basically.
Yeah. Mom will just say, please, a little quietly.
Tea. Okay. I'll go over to the vending machine and hope I get a bottle of tea and a bottle of water.
Yeah, that's easy. You go and
Coin? Or
yeah,
is there a
yeah, you can basically with one wax coin you can get 2 drinks.
Ooh.
So
Like,
that's,
buy one get one free.
yeah, basically. So you can get, you put in your wax coin. You are now down to 25 wax coins.
Let me sit.
No.
I think. Oh, hang on. So you were down to, hang on. Let me think about that.
I don't remember.
It was down to
I wrote it down
29,
somewhere.
and then it was down when you gave the tip to the.
26. So it's 25. You're right.
Yeah, so it's 25 now.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it was one each to ride the subway, and so now you're down to 25.
Okay.
So yes, you'll
Here you
get.
go, guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Just sit here, do some breathing exercises. I will be right back.
Mm. Hey, Cal. Have
Yeah?
you ever felt like you've known exactly how you were going to die and there's nothing you could ever possibly do to change that?
Kinda, but it felt like the choice was death.
Yeah,
Isn't that weird?
I'm forgetting what it was now, but Jeepers creepers, I don't know.
Yeah. You know, as long as you're alive, that's good, so.
Thanks, you too.
Krimsin steps in through the curtain, and you'll see it's very dark in here, but you see there's a table that's got a sort of velvet kind of tablecloth over it. And you see there's some kind of a... let's see, how would this manifest? Right now, the table is clear, but you see there's somebody sitting in the opposites with her back to the corner. It looks like it's probably an old woman. And you see there's a chair opposite her, and you see this gnarled hand again beckon you forward.
Hi. Should I sit down?
Feel free, child.
Thanks. What should I address you as?
That's a great question. Let's see.
I love names.
It's a good question. Let me pull this up here real quick. Let's see. Oh, wait. Yes. Stand by. Okay, we'll go with this. You can call me Madame Yuri.
Madam Yuri. Nice to meet you. I'm Tamsin. And my friend tried one of these fortune things, and it looked kind of fun. We'll need all the fortune we can get. So how does this all work? I'm not very into the future or whatever, or at least
Well,
telling it.
What is it you want?
Well, I want to know if everyone's okay, if they're safe, if my friends and I will be safe. They're
I
not
see.
in a good shape at the moment.
This is good. I can see that. Your wings are positively wilting.
Me too, yeah, of course. It was a bit of an accident anyway, so I'm not too sad, but who doesn't like wings, right?
Very. Interesting that you have to think of others first so readily. Do you ever think, however, take the time to think for yourself? Yeah? And you see she's kind of pulled out this little stone. She's laying some stones out into the middle of the table. These little black stones, and she's laying them out into a circle, highly polished. She's starting to set them out.
I guess I'm always looking out at other things. That's kind of what I do. I write and report on things that are happening, and I guess it's just easier to focus on something else.
I see. She sets down 13 stones in a circle. And as she sort of leans forward, she says, Well, it depends. The way things go here in this city, assurance of safety is often a question of what sort of bargain is made. What, I wonder, would you be willing to give up to ensure your friend's safety?
Well, I was thinking about this a lot, and I know you guys deal in memories and feelings and emotions, and there's one that just seems to be, even you caught on to it, right? I'm not really that confident in what I do or who I am, and everyone around me that I've met so far, even on the streets, or just seem so sure of themselves. Would you want my insecurity? Would you want that, like, that need to be perfect? Or
you would be interested in divesting yourself of your insecurities. That is a thing you can trade away in this place. Or you could buy confidence from somewhere if you wish. That too.
I don't think I have the coin for that.
As it happens, I might know a use for your insecurity. Perhaps. But I wonder. And sort of mulling over it and passing her hand over the circle, around the circle, above it, moving in her hand in a slow circle, clockwise. What if there were a choice? I wonder. I don't know if I would immediately I can tell you what. I could tell you what it would feel like. Not that I can let you experience what it would feel like not to have your insecurity. At least temporarily.
Was there no but connected to that? Is that no?
Well, I wonder. Well, I have a potential other thing to offer you, but I'm wondering if you would be interested in sampling this courage first.
You seem like a trustworthy person, and I don't want to take too long, because if I test it and then I don't know what the return policy is on it.
I see. Well then, here is an idea. I can see that you have ambitions, but not yet the not yet the proper hunger for it. Or perhaps not yet the certainty. They wilt like that pair of wings if you leave them unattended, you know. What if that could be made available to you in abundance, the ambition, the courage, and the wings both? And
That
all
seems
you would
like
have
you're...
to... Hmm? Yeah, all you would have to give up is the security of one of your two friends. What would you say to that?
I don't think that's... I couldn't gamble on their safety like that. I came in to just make sure we were fully prepared, or at least as prepared as we could be. I wouldn't need it.
And yet you came in. You came in. Bearing my eye. Bearing the eclipse with you. You thought you would not see me?
What?
No.
What?
You must understand that there is no end to this. There is no end. You have such ambitions, and yet you're willing to just let them wilt and wither. And when she says that, you hear this almost crack from the wings. And they start... It feels like almost they're starting to disintegrate. And it's a little painful. Not as painful as when they came out. But they're starting to just slough off of you. Hideous cracking sound of those extra bones crumbling behind you.
Oh.
Now.
At this moment, I think it clicks in Tamsin's head who she is.
Yes.
It probably didn't before.
But it would not have to be this way. Not at all. And she passes her hand again over the stones, and you see within, for a moment, you see yourself. You see yourself flying with luxurious black wings, shadowy wings, to places, arriving before anyone else. And you see yourself taking in, very expertly, taking down information. And then you see yourself writing quickly and submitting it. You see newspapers hit a stand. You see a byline with your name on it. That could be your future if you want it. If you want it badly enough. Now, my price is really small in the scheme of things, if you think about it. I can ensure that for you. Wings and courage both. All you need to do is exchange. Just make a little exchange. One of your companions. I could see fit to simply move that which you do not want in yourself and put it in one of them, perhaps. Or I could just simply put them under the sights. Just give them that card and see what happens to them.
So is this card gonna bring us on safety? Is it danger? It's gonna bring us...
You do know where you are, do you not?
That's true.
You do not need my eye, my eclipse, to bring you danger, dear.
Just wondering, is Cal in the same room as them or no?
No. You're both out in the lobby, chilling on the sofa, drinking Snapple.
Yep. I'm literally just out here drinking some water and being like, oh, I hope it's going okay in there. Literally, she...
Can't hear them thinking that the card is Cassa's and not Samson's and not
The crone wants to kill me.
It sounds great. It looks great. Thank you for the offer. I don't know if I could do that. They seem to believe in me in some way. Like, we all kind of just believe in each other. It's strange and different and new, and I couldn't betray them like that. Either one of them. Even Tyler. I didn't come in looking for more than just a little guidance on what might happen. And I'm sorry about your card. Tamsin will like rummage and try to bring it out. Maybe, I mean, it's a lovely card. Just I don't know if
The sun, but it is eclipsed. Yeah. So you are trying to touch the heart of the Shadow Crone.
Yep.
And
appeal to her.
You're trying to appeal to her better nature.
Because what is a shadow? Sorry. What is the shadow without some light? There is no shadow without light. I say this to her.
Okay, that's good. So this is a pain of 8.
Ooh. I forgot.
You're trying to appeal to the better nature, if she has one, of the Shadow Crone. And so when do you want to throw at that?
I'm gonna put some madness in there because I'm going a little bit mad. Because Tamsin's kind of thinking about it, but she doesn't want to. But she kind of does. 4 madness.
Okay.
Because also seeing herself and her like supposed future kind of.
Well, let's see. 3, 4. If you got 5 successes, I'm gonna roll my 8 pain.
Oh no! I should have done more.
I also got 5 successes. It's a tie, which ties go to you.
Ooh.
It appears exhaustion is dominating.
Uh-oh.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Tamsin,
This is your 4th one, isn't it?
you are going to crash. Now, let's take a moment.
Yes.
We're gonna come through this scene because you have just managed. You had the same number of successes. You have just managed to, in this moment, gain the Shadow Crone's sympathy, which is no mean feat. So, crashing. We're going to look at the rules as written, and then we will talk about what is actually about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
A crash means they're in imminent danger of falling asleep. About the worst thing that can happen to someone who's awake.
Oops.
When a protagonist crashes, all their response boxes clear out. Their exhaustion dice clear away. His score reduces to 0. They remain asleep and unresponsive. It says here for a number of days. At least one day. And when they wake back up, their discipline drops to 1, and they have no access to their talents until they reclaim their insomniac lifestyle by staying awake for at least as long as they slept. And the moment they fall asleep, from that moment to the moment they regain their power, they're like a beacon to nightmares, calling those nearby to their helpless body, and in far too many cases becoming some manner of food or entertainment, or both soon after. Now, what I'm actually going to do is, for the purpose of what we're doing, however, you are going to be effectively kind of sleepwalking. So you can keep going. You are not asleep yet, but you are going to be by the end of this session. For now, we're going to keep your exhaustion at 6. And any further rolls will simply... Let's just say that if exhaustion continues to dominate on rolls that you make, then that just means that when you do fall asleep, it's going to be deeper or worse.
Comatose.
Well, it's not going to be a coma, but necessarily, but it'll be not great. So I think that in this moment, just the exhaustion hits you to the point that you're like, you can barely stay conscious at this point, but you are able to function. And you have said to the crone, you have to have the light to have the shadow. She sits back. The vision inside the circle stops. Oh dear. You know who you remind me of in this moment? Me.
Oh, please.
Some time ago. Too long ago, really, to remember. Very well. You need... One of the reasons I thought it might be... I saw, once you took the card, I saw it within you, and I thought... That's one of the reasons sometimes why I am hard. I am hardest sometimes on those that I see myself in, you know? Child.
Yeah.
You must get out of here. If you wish this piece of you to survive, it will not do well here, I think. But... maybe once you have been able to reckon with this, then perhaps you can come back and do better. I am sorry about your wings.
It's okay.
But they were borrowed, I believe, in the first place.
Yeah.
You will... I don't... Honestly, the thing about your friends being safe... They'll be safe depending on what they choose to do. I will tell you this advice for free. They have their own will. Now... There was a time perhaps I thought as you do, and I have heard myself making that same argument before. But know. I have since learned that sometimes though my path was to surrender to the darkness, there was rather a lot of it. Perhaps you can do better. Perhaps. Those who remain here are balanced on a knife edge if they wish to truly fulfill their destinies, unless they would be happy doing the same thing over and over again. Some people are. There's a delightful artist over in the, I believe it was in the Penitence District, who did something like that not long ago. He seemed to be fairly content, but recent events, I think, have probably drawn that away. Yes. Oh dear. Something is happening.
What? What's happening?
In my district, I think. No, that artist I spoke of, I think he's there. They're looking for something.
Oh.
I shall have to see to that. Well, listen. Nightmares can teach us quite a lot. And they can be quite even entertaining at times. Always remember, whether it's you in control or them. Bear that in mind. Make note, because you never know.
Yeah. Thank you for that.
I will. And she says, He says, now you've caught me in a moment. Now, you'd best go before I change my mind.
Yeah.
I shall
Thank
trouble
you.
you no longer on this particular visit. And she reaches back, she gestures, she pulls back into the darkness, and the sun card in your hand sees the eclipse fade away from it. And the sun is back out again.
Oh, thank you, Madam Yuri, or Shadowcone. Oh, I didn't ask which one she liked better.
It's a good question. You did see it spelled the way it was spelled, because you did see it on a sign actually as you were entering. I did not describe this until there's a little sign in this room that does say Madam Yuri, and it is spelled E-U-R-Y.
Maybe it's like her original name.
Well, who knows? It's probably a pseudonym, but but who knows? It occurs to you that perhaps she likes the classics, so there's probably something in that.
Okay. Tamsin will look at the card. Kind of. Did she leave all the stones on the table? Or are they gone?
Yeah, I think if she had been no, the mood she left you that she left in, she probably took the stones to avoid tempting you to take one, because she told you she wasn't going to bother you again this trip.
That's true. There's nothing else in that room. It's just like a black spotlight on
No,
the
in
table.
fact, actually, the shadows are retreating from the room, and this looks like an abandoned. This looks like the back of an abandoned bar or something. It's like it's a room. It's not a bar so much. It's like just a parlor of some kind, an abandoned parlor. You're like there's a broken record player in the corner.
Well.
And actually, moments before Tamsin gets up and leaves, I will note that Katrina will hear from the TV, which is there. But as the room grows a little bit brighter for some reason, the TV again goes to static, and you hear coming from the TV, and actually Cal also hears this, is that was an excellent performance earlier, by the way. I forgot, I didn't get a chance to mention that to you.
Saying this.
And it seems it's weird because every time that voice speaks, you feel this vibration, Katrina, from the region of your patch, in time with the speech.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Do you have a name?
You can call me the Broadcast.
The Broadcast. I've heard of you.
Yeah, setting up shop in a new district that just sprang up.
Oh, yeah?
Somebody wanted a media district. It's very delightful. If you're, I'm always on the lookout for good musicians, so if you're interested, I have a symphony some folks might be interested in joining, but I also am looking for solo acts.
I could be interested in being a solo act.
Well, come by sometime. We'll talk.
I'll make my way there as soon as I can.
No rush. I'm going to be here for a long time. And the TV goes out. Just as probably Tamsin is emerging into the...
Hey guys. That was weird. How are you guys feeling?
Better question. Now, I'm feeling like at this point, those visions have completely stopped. So I'm feeling a little bit better. And I'm just like, I'm doing fine. How are you doing? You look ragged.
Yeah, just really tired.
Yeah.
And
She no longer has her wings, by the way. The wings are gone.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Are you in danger right now?
No.
I immediately reach into my pocket and pull out the card from the Society of Angles, and I'm just like, do you want this? Do you want to be able to... Are you sure?
No,
All right.
no, I actually just spoke to the Shadow Crone. She was pretending to be a fortune teller. Or maybe she is one, but this isn't a fortune shop. And then points around. It's like a bar. Yeah, she kind of saw a little of herself in me, and I guess she let us off, with some advice, which is, what was it again? Just be sure if the nightmares are controlling you or if you're controlling the nightmares. I think she's trying to say it's a mind over matter thing, as long as we're confident in what we do, which, I mean, I don't know how.
That sounds wrong.
Yeah? I don't know. I'm really sleepy, but can I have some of that water, or I'll go get a bottle. I'll just go kind of wobbly towards the bottle.
We've had a little bit of a sit down. Would it be possible to spend a coin?
Yeah, you've had time.
All right.
You got
I
3
want
hope
to
in there.
reduce my exhaustion by 1 at least. That way I have a little bit of breathing room.
Right now, the only person who cannot spend a coin to reduce exhaustion is Tamsin.
Mm-hmm.
I figured.
All right. Well, are you ready to start moving again?
Yeah. I mean, we just gotta keep careful and stay alert.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for sure. All right. We're almost to the mortician. Let's just get there really quick. I'm really worried about how you're looking right now, honestly.
She looks like she's about to fall over on her feet.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah.
okay.
I kind of ask for consent and like, do you mind if I help you stay on your feet a little bit?
Yeah, I'll just stumble into.
Yeah, and I will have her arm over my shoulder and I'll hold her back just for like that extra support so she doesn't just fall over with how she's
Yeah.
looking. All right, let's go.
Since they are being so close, Cal would come in a little shyly and without saying anything, just hold out their hands to Tamsin.
Yeah. I don't know. I'll just be in the middle.
Uh, so you make your way, the three of you, to the counterclockwise end of that main middle street between the Market District and the Re-Education District. And as you're coming out, sort of through there, you will see that a few things. This end of the Market District. So across, you can see the education buildings. On either side of you, you see these various stores. You see that it gets slightly more Western themed over here. There are people. There's apparently this sort of fenced-in area where they let people ride a mechanical horse. There is a bar called the Shooting Gallery. And that's on one side, and then on the other side, you see a few things. One of them is one of the things you see is this sort of there's a lot of heavy awnings, and one awning that comes out, and there's this sign for a place called See the Stars. And there is a line of people going from there, all dressed in black, from there, from that entrance, to the to a hearse.
Mm-hmm.
There is an old-fashioned hearse on the street, of glass enclosure. You can see there are actually a number of coffins inside. Many people standing around wearing black. You can see, and you see that there's this sort of kind of formal thing that is happening, even though they're sort of standing and waiting, as though they're standing and waiting for something. And you will see nearby, off at the there's actually on the opposite corner, actually the near the opposite corner, around a lamppost, you see a cluster of skeletons in black robes, sort of standing there smoking.
Mm-hmm.
For a moment, and then when you come out and you see there are people, you see there are stores basically, and people that look like nightmares going back and forth, and the people standing there. You see one top-hatted individual, sort of near the door, sort of waves over at the dirge. And the dirge straighten up. They start to move around to their instruments.
Mm-hmm.
And as they're about to begin playing, some of these folks standing here, these members of the procession, will turn. And they will notice the three of you coming out. One of them turns from there. Another, just an individual dressed in black. Clearly undead. And starts moving slowly in your direction. Now, the bad news is this is not the mortician. Actually, I don't have good news. Yet.
Oh, no.
We've been tricked. We've been hacked.
Well, we'll see, won't we? This member of the procession moves closer. As in the background, the dirge begins playing. No one else from the procession is coming after you. Just this one person is moving towards you. Not chasing.
Mm-hmm.
They are clearly dead. But to Cal, they are recognizable. Krimsin might actually also recognize this person as well. You're a little tired right now. Cal, could you please tell us what Xavier looks like?
Well, I've imagined Xavier to have dark, middle-length hair, to be pretty tall considerably, and they have a lot of miniature scars because they were always a bit of a daredevil. And they are a bit darker than Cal, but that's mostly because they're out in the sun a lot, and they tend to wear clothes that are easy to move in. And they have on a bracelet that has Cal's initials for their full name.
This individual steps forward, looking at the three of you, and is approaching Cal specifically.
Xavier?
I was. I think. It's good to see you. And you can see injuries. You can see head injury from where he fell. Krimsin, you kind of remember that this story that you found. You came across this scene pretty quickly because this was what you did. Someone who had fallen off of this rather tall building. There was scaffolding. It was being worked on. I don't know. Did you also did Cal get interviewed also at the time, or was did Cal tell anyone what happened?
Yeah, there was an interview because that's how we knew each other before.
Mm-hmm. What did you tell Krimsin about what happened?
I think at that time Cal was mostly in shock, so they kind of stuttered saying they fell, and they think they bumped them, and that's why they fell. But other than that, Krimsin couldn't get much out of Cal.
Well, Xavier is now standing before you, clearly dead, still having his injuries from death. And he just sort of leans forward. So, you're here. He does not look at... He's not behaving... I mean, it's him. It seems to be him. Them. It seems to be them. But they're not behaving... It's kind of like all the emotion has been drained out of them. I see that you're still kicking about. I wonder...
I can see you again.
Well,
I thought...
after a fashion. Why did we go up and do that? I can't really even imagine why we did. It was a very stupid thing to do, you know.
They will kind of... Cal laughed sadly. Yeah, it was But you were always kind of stupid in that way, weren't you?
I think we both were.
Yeah.
You know that sooner or later, this is going to happen to you, right?
Yeah, I know. I didn't expect it to happen to you so soon. I'm so sorry. I should have caught you. Should have done something.
I mean, honestly, I don't really care anymore. I'm dead. What does it matter?
I guess it doesn't. But
It's actually quite liberating, I'll tell you. Not having to bear the burden. I see you've got a hell of one right now about this. Honestly, that's unfortunate that you have to carry that. It's very tiring, isn't it? And he just sort of looks forward, and it feels like he's looking into your soul. You're so tired right now. Don't you want to eventually just stop just running around, to stop having to worry about all of this? Don't you want to be at peace? Don't you want to rest?
what are you saying? You were the one who wanted to live the most out of all of us.
I did.
Why do you think this now?
Well, things change when you're on the other side of this. You know that. Well, you should. It's very simple. It's inevitable. This was always going to happen. I see you're so tired you can barely keep your friend on her feet. It'll be very simple. A very simple matter. You can not have to worry about this anymore. You can let this entire burden of life be lifted. You don't have to worry about this any longer. He says, and just sort of will gesture over, say, if you just rest. And one of the coffins opens. Might you want to lie down for a little while?
Cal.
Cal will kind of like unsuredly step towards the coffin, one foot in front of another, but then stop. And then they will say, yes, I wanted to once. Oh, sorry, by the way, I have to turn camera.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, I did once when I first lost you, but now I have people that I want to see alive, and to see them alive, I need to be here too.
The coffin looks, by the way, Cal, as you're looking into it, looks so almost hypnotically comfortable. You can look in there and you can see there's a velvet pillow, and right now, it just looks like a bed. It looks like a very comfortable bed.
Tamsin is saying that as she sees it. She's like,
Yeah, Tamsin, you're also seeing, oh, that looks... I mean, Tamsin, even if you're... I don't know if... Does Tamsin go over to look at the coffins, too? They look like such...
Cal let go.
Yeah, did Cal let go of Tamsin before going over there?
Yeah, I think...
Okay, all right. Tamsin is not currently being tempted by the coffins, but damn, that sounds good. Just getting to rest.
Cal, don't do it. All we have is this one chance.
Xavier next to you says, all you have to do is just lean forward just a bit and you can just let yourself fall in. And then all your problems will be drift away and you won't have to worry anymore. Don't you want that?
I thought to hear
Oh
more.
God, that sounds so nice.
Doesn't it, though?
But I want to, but yet I don't anymore. I want to, but I don't.
So, he's going to reach kind of creepily toward you, saying, just let me help you. I'll help you take that step, just like you helped me take mine. Come on. One last leap.
Cal is slowly bringing their hand closer and closer. But not yet grabbing.
Are we doing anything, Katrina?
I don't know. I don't know.
We're just
I
watching
don't
this
know what
happen.
to do.
I
Oh
mean,
my
perfect
God.
I would
I-
kind of stumble towards them, just like, cause I wouldn't
I'd
want that.
approach with you as well. If you're trying to move forward, I'm definitely still going to be trying to hold you up. And Cal, I can't tell you not to do this if it's what you want. It doesn't seem like this is what you want. Of course, what you want for your life is what you should get. But like, if this happens, it's over. You will look at him. There is no desire anywhere inside him. Without desire, is that even life?
Yeah.
Cal, I don't think that's Xavier anymore, either. So, don't think he has your best interest at heart.
If you take away everything someone wants from a person, take away all of the things they want, that's no longer that person.
They
Join
will
us.
stop like half an inch away from Xavier's hand to be like, is Tyler with you, Cal? Do you know who Tyler is? Is he with you? Because even though they've been speculating that Tyler's safe, Cal has always had that uneasy feeling that, oh no, another friend of theirs died.
Hmm.
I
Won't have to worry about him anymore either.
What do you mean by that? What did he say? Katrina, what did he say?
I think he said, I mean, it makes sense. I don't think Tyler's there, judging from that sentence. He said that
Yeah.
if Cal goes, then he wouldn't have to worry about Tyler anymore, meaning that
Oh,
they're
then
probably not gonna see Tyler, but they just won't care because their desires will no longer exist.
even
Worst
closer.
existence ever.
They have their hand closer, and then suddenly they let it go around their other arm and look down.
So, Cal?
Yeah?
Xavier is going to reach for you. And if you are going to resist, there is a pain rating associated with this. The pain rating for this
Second
part of
big
the
bad.
procession. This procession is not in service, thankfully. Xavier is technically what one might be considered a pallbearer, but is personally known to you. So the pain is going to be 5.
I think
I would
am
like to
not.
pull back from him and keep him from... And I'm not saying the result of the roll will change what you want, but this is to keep him from pulling you in.
Alright. I think Cal still is unsure, so they're not going to try too hard. So I don't think I'm going to add any extra madness and just do what's my normal right.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Tempting
But-
fate.
Now,
If anyone wants to help, this is a good opportunity for the story.
Oh yeah,
the two of you
No.
do seem to be trying to help, so you can if you wish.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I will say, Tamsin, that coffin looks really comfortable.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. I think that would feel really nice. eyes, don't you, Katrina? Wouldn't it?
I'm not letting you near
Take a little
that
nap.
coffin. I'm not helping. I'm keeping Tamsin from the
Okay.
coffin. She's too tired to make like a logical decision right now.
That's fair.
I am not gonna let her do that. No, no, no. I can't help because I'm helping Tamsin. I'm sorry.
Okay.
That's how it has to be.
All right.
It's a face-off.
Al versus Xavier.
Alright.
Okay. You got 5 successes.
5 successes.
Pretty good.
I also got 5 successes.
Oh my God.
Oh,
And it looks like exhaustion is dominating, which is appropriate.
oh.
How
This
many
is-
is that?
You will add 1 more exhaustion to your total. That'll bring you up to 4 exhaustion, I believe.
Mhm.
This has got to be one of the most tiring experiences of your life, almost, it feels like. But you managed to stay out of his grasp. He's reaching for you. And there's almost a pleading look in his eyes. Almost. He's like, oh well. I guess I'll be alone for a while longer then. I'll see you someday.
I'm sorry. You were,
He's,
for a long time, you were everything I've had, but I just can't right now. There's still too many people to live for. Once I'm ready, I'll see you again. I'm sorry.
he nods slowly and he turns around as if to rejoin the procession. And he dissipates. But yeah, so
Oh.
Katrina wants to do something.
I was gonna ask where the mortician was.
Oh, there are
but
plenty of
he's
other
gone.
pallbearers here. There are plenty of other people here.
I mean, I like seeing that. Like, Katrina's just about to ask, and then
Yeah.
Yeah,
Katrina's just about,
he
oh
just
wait, and
disperses.
he disperses like a ghost.
Hmm.
Yeah, Cal will look at the other two and be like, if I haven't met you two, if I haven't met Tyler, I probably would have joined with them. Thank you. Thank you for being my friend. I was so scared to admit it because I didn't want to see something happen to anyone else I love, but thank you.
I mean, honestly, before I came here, I probably would have been okay joining the procession as well. So you're not alone. And we just need to find this guy. We just need to find this guy and get this through. Yeah, this is
I
too
need a nap.
much.
Oh.
I know
the
you
coffin
do.
Looks great.
As
When-
you're,
No.
yeah.
When Cal
As you were
turns to
saying
them,
this,
you can
you will
tears
see.
streaks down their face as well.
you'll see a coffin coming out, being pulled out of the. Or actually, yeah, you see a coffin, what do we casket, some kind, being carried out of that building labeled "See the Stars" from out from under that awning. You can actually see right now the person inside, because they haven't affixed a lid. This isn't one that comes with its own lid. You have to actually affix a lid to this one. And he's been laid in state, but it's this guy. It looks like he's covered in paint. All different colors of paint, a bunch of different colors of paint. Which looks kind of strange. As they're carrying this body. It's this group of pallbearers that are sort of bringing the body out to where the coffins are, to the hearse. Yeah. The horse is in front of the hearse. By the way, these big horses, they're black with sort of red eyes, just sort of stomping the ground.
Mhm.
And following in their wake, you see a gentleman with a slightly taller hat than everyone else's, slightly taller top hat. I mean, taller even than this one, really. As he comes out, he has hollow eyes, sunken eyes. He looks like an older gentleman, but he looks very remarkably well preserved, but still clearly dead. But aside from the darkness around his eyes, as he steps forward behind them, he's walking with a cane with a silver handle, with which he gestures, and they very solemnly put the bottom half casket, basically, into the hearse, and they reach over and there's a lid back there that they affix on top of it. And the members of the procession begin to move toward the hearse, falling into place. This man steps forward, looks around. He will, as they are starting to turn, he will actually look forward. He just sort of gestures with his cane again, and they stop as he sees the three of you.
Hey Cal, can you hold Tamsin for a second?
Yeah. And Cal goes to hold Tamsin, and you can tell by how their grip has changed. They're kind of doing it both for Tamsin's sake and for their sake, because a lot of emotions just passed through the last minute.
Mm-hmm. And I'm just gonna walk forward without them, just because I don't know how they will. Like, I just have a feeling that they will try to tempt Tamsin in Tamsin's inebriated state as far as it goes. Like, that's essentially what being that tired does to a person. So I just approach alone, and I just like hold my hand out, like.
Yeah. You see, he's pulled out his pocket watch and he's looking at it, and he nods. For a second, he clasps and closes it. You hold out a hand. He will transfer his cane to the other hand, and he will shake your hand.
Oh, I wasn't holding out a hand to shake. I was just like waving
holding up a
as
hand.
I approached.
Never mind. He will not shake your hand. He will. He's looking at his pocket watch. He closes it. He nods, and sort of looks you up and down. You are Katrina, I believe.
Yeah, that's me.
Very good. Do you wish to talk out here, or do you wish to retreat to one of these establishments? I have a few minutes.
Tough question. Out here, we might have prying ears, but at the same time, I don't really care if we do. We can do it here.
Very well. And he sort of will put his cane down. He'll sort of be leaning on it a little bit. So, it seems that your warning came just in the nick of time. We were able to evade the...
You know what? Let's go inside. Let's go inside. I forgot how sensitive this information could be. And I will wave to Cal, like, follow, but keep a distance.
Cal will do just that. Like, come on.
We're going to a bed? The nice bed?
I don't know yet. Just stay awake just in case. I don't know.
Okay.
So, there's a... Yeah, there are places that are around here. There's basically that there's a brewery, there's a massage parlor here now. There are a few different places you can kind of go. And either of those actually I think would work for places to get a little bit of quiet. Or you could go to the shooting gallery if you want it to be loud behind you, but still gets a little bit of privacy. The bar that is called the shooting gallery.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a Western themed bar, and the bartender is a human-sized cult peacemaker.
I was imagining an actual shooting gallery, and my first thought was nothing to keep Tamsin away, other than the sound of gunshots in her ears.
I mean, if you want to leverage that, you can always go in there if you like. It'll be strangely. It'll make for a very, very strange sort of backdrop for this conversation, but it'll work.
Mm-hmm. Well, just anywhere. That's also a part of the reason why I wanted to leave Tamsin back, because Katrina doesn't know that the eclipse subsided and is still assuming that the crone is listening. That is the whole reason behind this, which is why I'm having them keep a distance while I talk to the mortician.
Oh, absolutely fair.
I suppose that just like anywhere away from people.
Okay, yeah, there are people in that bar, so yeah. Probably. Yeah, let's see. There's I mean, you can find a place that's you can find an abandoned place actually if you want to an abandoned business if you want to do that. There's one nearby.
Sounds good.
Yeah, it looks like it used to be looks like it actually used to be like there are some gambling machines around that are no longer functional. So it's an old gambling parlor. And the two of you will retreat in there at least. And if you want, you can bring also Cal and Tamsin if you want. There's a table there's some tables there you can sit down. It's a little dusty place. The mortician doesn't seem to care.
Well, yeah, probably one of the most powerful people in the city. What does he have to worry about? Yeah, so when we get in there, I'm just gonna be like, all right, I know how strong influences can be around here, and I just wanted to get out of the crone's potential influence.
Yes, that does seem to present rather difficulty. And he sort of is sort of checking, raises his gloved hand, somehow gloved. He's still able to tell, as though he's checking the wind, which is strange because you're indoors. And he's like, she cannot hear us.
All right, cool. Okay, so yeah, I'm glad I was able to help. You did say something about a potential reward?
I did. Your warning came in the nick of time. We were able to move out of the way of what she was doing. It's rather interesting. She chooses to become more ambitious at this time. It's a thing that I've noticed over the centuries comes in surges. For her, it is something where she occasionally wishes to reclaim what she feels she lost some time ago. She was at one time the most feared nightmare in all the realms. You understand?
Yeah.
It is interesting that fate made it so that she has not had much of a home of late, but she has been rebuilding her power, and I think it is the thing that I keep trying to impress upon her. It is she learned the lesson that it is important to keep up with the times. That she learned. But alas, it seems that she does not. She keeps up with them, but is not accepting of them. You see. one can get much further if one is more accepting. However,
Great.
yeah, we shall have to determine how this shall go. Now, we were able to maneuver the Necropolis so that we need not be concerned with at least the gambit she played about an hour or so ago. But there shall be more, I feel, before she has once again reached her limits. She's been. My understanding is, I think she must have gone into one of the city's slumbering and stolen pieces of it. It's a thing people do from time to time here. And so they wish to expand their realms. I shall say it is something that we've done before, but it's... I think we try to take those places that shall not be... prevent the city's slumbering from operating in quite the same way. She, unfortunately, is rather ambitious. You may find, upon your return, that things may be a bit different, depending on where you go. But this I question. I would, of course, offer, if you wish rest, I could offer you rest, but I could see that that's already been done. So, what I would offer you instead is, if you wish, I can find you an exit.
Yeah.
Yes, rather
Honestly,
quickly, I should think.
I was going to ask if I could get my friends an exit at the very least.
Well, that
They
can certainly
seem
be arranged.
to not be doing greatly here. I mean, Cal's doing all right, but they did just have a scare outside with one of your people.
Yes. Sometimes there are those who... Well, that was not actually one of my people. Sometimes there are... The procession manifests things, you see. Manifests spirits. Sometimes as a means of encouraging recruitment, as it were.
All right, makes sense.
You saw Cal in the same room?
Did Cal and Tamsin also come in here?
If they wanted.
Yeah.
Like we're in the corner.
Yeah, the mortician doesn't care.
The mortician will always have power because there will always be death. So I don't think he worries about much.
Oh. He says, as it is, yes, I can certainly arrange for an exit for your friends, if you wish that, yes.
Well, is it a me or them situation? Or are you just showing us a door?
No, I'm going to show you a door. I'm not... No, Just because... We do not all do business the same way the crone does, you understand.
Alright. That's good to know.
Some like to drag debts on for some time. I prefer to settle them promptly. As even being owed a debt for some time is something that can eventually, in this place, not work particularly well for the awake. As I've noticed, no offense, but often I've noticed that something that the awake, the living in particular, are rather good at is being tempted.
You're not wrong.
So I can indeed offer them. I can indeed find escape for you. That is easily done. Do you wish for yourself? You're going to be staying, I take it.
Let's get to the door first, and I'll think on the way.
I see. Very well. Where is it you're looking for? Which city slumbering?
It was Portland, right? Yeah, okay.
If he can find the door of the coffee shop, then that would be...
Good point. Is there Is there a door right now to the Thirsty Lion coffee shop over in Portland?
That's the Iron Coffee Shop. And he will raise his hand to his assistant, who's an assistant outside. Sylvester, bring the atlas. And Sylvester goes, and you see this dead guy who looks kind of like a clerk of some kind. Will step out. Will be. He didn't come into the room. He's been at the door. Will step away, and a few moments later, and the mortician will just. It'll be just a moment. And he says, Portland is in United States, yes?
Yeah, the western side of the United States.
Portland, Oregon.
Yes.
Ah! Yes, right. One loses touch with the geography after a while. Not been into any of the city slumbering in a bit.
How long have you been here?
Oh. Well. We were not always as we are now, but I'm remembering I've been here not quite so long as the crone, but one forgets it's a number of millennia. I think.
Wow. All right.
The Necropolis is quite old. Though its structure has not always been the same. We've found more recently a better, I think, balance among the forces. There are a lot of factions of dead. And many of them do not like to share their power. But
I can see that.
what we've done lately seems to work. And Sylvester comes back with this big, thick book. This big tome. It looks like this leather-bound, dusty thing that, looks like a freaking doorstop.
Right, and that book is for me, right?
Well, in a manner of speaking. And Sylvester sets the book down with a big pfft. There's dust goes everywhere. The mortician turns the pages, and he pulls out. Wait a second. Hang on. Wait. Hang on a second.
Ooh.
What does he pull out?
Y'all, this game is so good.
Forgot I had a prop. He pulls out a quizzing glass from one of his pockets. And he's looking down at down over the page, and as he's moving, and you can see it's weird because it's an atlas, and it looks ancient, but it has the United States in it, and it has even more recent cities, strangely. And if you look, you can see the ocean moving just a little bit. And he pulls around he turns the pages until he finds Oregon. And he's looking down. Yes. Here we are, Portland. And he finds a subsection, he folds out some additional pages and pulls them on top of other things, and he's looking, and you see Portland. Or at least, well, he's looking along the river. Huh. Oh, I see. That coffee house is no longer there.
I was afraid of that. The shadows
Ah, yes.
prompted us to come here.
Oh, I
from
see.
there.
I see that sign of that. And he sort of taps the book and more dust comes up at what he's looking at. And you see the river looks a little bit different. Maybe it used to be, you remember it, a hair thicker. Maybe it looks a little bit... Basically, it looks now the way that in the real world it looks on Google Maps. It looks the way everyone remembers it looking in the real world now. Out of game. That's the way it looks now. You, however, remember it looking just a little bit different. It's like that part of the boardwalk is gone. And he's like, there's another door. And as he's looking, he says, as he's glancing this over, Mirabella Building, does that ring a bell? Yeah, there's a door there. There's a door that leads
Do you know
there.
what kind of business it is?
Not off the top of my head. I'm just looking on the map here.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
And you've
if
actually
that's
probably
closest
you
can get us.
Yeah, it's in you've heard of that building? It's in the South Waterfront District.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that should be easy enough to figure out. Where would the door be?
And just a moment. And he is he sort of does that thing where he is he kind of takes the either side like of this he looks at the looks at kind of the longitude and latitude, and he does that thing where you have to move your fingers out to the sides and read what the things are, and he sort of notes it down. He will, let me actually also just real quick, before I forget, let me, just going to drop a picture of the building in the Discord.
That, if y'all were in the room, which you were, and he said the crone's not listening, then that means you can jump into this conversation wherever you want as well. I just wanted to throw that out so it didn't feel like you two were, trying to stay quiet.
Mm-hmm. I think Tamsin would be too tired to say much, but player me would be like, hey, we could go somewhere else. Anywhere else. Just like Tyler did.
And I think thinking about Cal's just too busy thinking about everything that happened. And another thing that I don't know if we've done or not, have we done Cal's breaking point yet?
Yeah, and right now, I think Katrina is just worried about trying to get Tamsin back somewhere comfortable and safe, as close to her house as she can get, just so she can sleep, because she looks like hell.
And, well, absolutely. And so he'll turn kind of to the back. He's looking through the index, and he's reading the numbers, and he's like, right, there's a bit of a calculation involved. And He reaches over and Sylvester hands him an abacus, which he then sets down and he clacks some of the beads in the abacus. And then back and forth for a moment, and he looks at it and he looks down at the book. Yeah, this is quite. And he looks up at Sylvester. He says, the professor was right. That does make it a bit faster. Yes. So the door at this time should be in the clock tower district.
Are there any closer doors to here?
Well, there are closer doors to other places, other cities slumbering, certainly. But if you want Portland, that is likely the nearest, safest place. There's also one, looks like in the Garden District.
We fell through that one. It will be hard to get back in there.
Yeah, that's probably, yes. If you had difficulties there, I'd recommend. The clock tower is not without it. The clock tower district is not without its dangers, but be faster, probably for you, if you've had difficulties in the Garden District, as the mobs right now are having a bit of a time. See, they're between the Shadow District and the Industrial District at this time, and I think with what the crone has done, it's let's just say it's probably presenting them all with some difficulty right now. Things are probably a bit more chaotic over there.
Oh my god, I just realized something. My backpack with all of my stuff in it was left in the coffee shop, so I don't have any of my belongings except for my guitar anymore.
I have stuff if you need anything, if you're coming back with us.
Yeah, you could stay at mine if you need a place.
I appreciate the thought.
Yeah. Well, we are sorting this out then. Do you wish an escort? If you wish an escort, we can provide one.
Then yes, please.
Yes. Very well, we shall escort you to the Clock Tower District. The door will likely be, He sort of, again, takes one more look. At the base of the tower. Now, the Clock Tower District is neutral territory for everyone, so we can only protrude so much into there. We can get you to that district.
Okay.
Not too much difficulty, I should wager.
All right, cool. I would really, really appreciate that. That would be wonderful.
Very well. And he closes the book, it slams. This then I take it, just as I fear that there may be a bit of running that shall happen. Is this an agreeable settlement for our deal?
Yes, I think it is. I really appreciate it.
Very well. He will at this point stretch forward his gloved hand.
And I will take it.
Yeah. And you feel as though a bargain has been struck of some kind.
Mm-hmm.
You get that feeling. Very well. And he will.
With us?
Can we get up?
Competition?
I will have you. I will see you escorted to the Clock Tower District. But getting back, returning to your home, however, that is up to you.
I just had a few questions, so we could walk and talk.
Certainly. And he's heading out the door, and he's kind of sort of snapping, and from around the corner comes another carriage, a black carriage. So he will open the door for you, for the three of you.
Yeah.
I'll go help Krimsin and Evan get in themselves.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Oh.
So yeah.
You have so the procession starts up once again. And you're kind of once he gets into the carriage, he'll get into the carriage with you. The driver will, and as after he gives them directions, the procession starts up and the dirge begins playing once again. And you'll basically the carriage takes off, the procession takes off. And you start heading down the streets. You start heading down the streets, and basically over the cobblestones. It's they're going to take the probably they're going to take one of the side streets through the re-education district because that's the fastest way in. And you do have a few moments if you want to ask the mortician anything. He's sitting there in the carriage with you.
Cal will whisper a joke to the two and say, "Now we're riding with the dead and not running from them."
Yeah.
Yeah. We've done both now.
Yeah?
That's pretty cool. I had a question, Mr. Mortician. If you
Indeed.
wouldn't mind indulging me. I wanted to know about your other lords in Necropolis. I heard
Oh.
you have a vampire king?
Yes, the vampire lord. Yes,
Vampire lord?
he requested requested. He's cut his rather, I think, probably the largest chunk. He sees. See, the thing is, he's much better at managing people, after a fashion. So he has taken his chunk out of the middle of the necropolis, for, well, the burden that he has. It's, there is rather a lot that he got in compensation for it. So he rules from his castle in the middle. It is a pragmatic regency, if nothing else. Well, he is currently in charge there.
I mean, I just wanted to know what he was like. Does he drink blood?
Oh,
Is there
well,
blood in the necropolis?
well, usually, yes, there is dead blood usually in the necropolis. Most of the vampires will usually venture out to eat. And there are those that come
cause
in.
problems?
Well, no more than any other nightmare, I would think.
But the last thing was just, is he a nice guy? Do you like him?
Well,
What are your thoughts?
he can be rather unreasonable when he has a tendency to sometimes hold on too much to the past. Also, he's not entirely his own lord. There is something to which he feels he must answer. And, so he will oft work in furtherance of that, whatever it may be. He's rather close-mouthed about it. However, he, at least when brought to his, he can sometimes be a bit reckless, but when brought to his senses, he can see reason.
Is it hard to bring him to his senses? Is he strong?
Not
as strong as you, right?
Well, actually, he's physically much stronger. But, he is, Let's just say once you learn his habits, it becomes easier.
Tom's friend. Sounds nice.
Friend is
Tamsin
a
kind of just.
rather loose way to put it. I don't think friend is exactly quite the right word. Associate.
Associate.
That he is, Now, of course, the Banshee has, of course, just simply wants what she wants, but is more direct, which is something I can appreciate.
Yeah, Banshee too, I heard. Necropolis seems like a very interesting place.
Well, I should not recommend visiting unless you are with a local or you have there are rather for the more alive types it is rather more dangerous. There are some who are friendly, but others who are merely wish your blood, your flesh, your soul.
You seem quite nice. And then I wanted to ask, is he sitting opposite, or like are we sitting all on?
He's sitting opposite. He's probably sitting up. Well, so like
bench or?
Yeah, there are two benches. And so if you want, you all three can be on one bench and he can be on the other. If one of you would like to be sitting next to him, that's fine too. He doesn't care.
I'm good. I'm sitting with my friends.
He says,
Yeah, well then.
I can afford to be nice until I am crossed. I shall put it that way.
We won't cross you.
This is to me a transaction. Please understand that.
Mm-hmm.
May I ask something? My friend out there that I saw, Xavier, before I came in he was with the precision. Does everyone become like him when they die?
You're seeking the answer to a mystery that we're not supposed to give you the answer to. You understand this, yes?
Yes, more importantly, I just wish to know if when I'm ready, will I be able to see him again?
Honestly, I don't know. No, not everyone is as you saw him. That might not even have been him. Probably wasn't. It was probably just the procession.
Well, that is so comforting and not in a way. Comforting to know that he didn't turn out to change like that.
Hard to say, really. But if you wish more direct information about him, then it's not really my concern, but there are those with whom you can make bargains to find that kind of thing out.
I see. I'm good for now. Thank you.
Death herself might be able to tell you, but it rather depends on how she is feeling at the time. If you're being nice.
Death herself lives here?
I cannot confirm or deny that.
When I tried to find you, I met someone else's friend named Mother Wren. Is that Death herself?
As I said, I cannot confirm nor deny that. He says with a slight smile.
No comment.
We're almost there.
You heard my moment of realization. I accidentally did the sharp intake of breath.
Well, thank you for the ride, Tuesday.
Yeah.
Much nicer.
No, it is a bargain is a bargain, and I make certain that the deals that I make go through. It's important. Integrity, you understand.
Mm-hmm. And I appreciate it.
Very well. Now,
if I didn't trust you in the way you were speaking to me, I definitely would have called upon the stranger to help me negotiate. But you honestly
good
seemed
Lord.
like you were being very upfront about everything.
The stranger sometimes takes a bit of license, in my opinion.
Well, I mean, they do live here.
Yeah. Thinks I have no sense of humor.
Maybe next time we meet, I shall take you on a ride in my chariot. And then just pulls up the card with a smirk.
Don't take this the wrong way, but if we do meet again, I suspect the circumstances may be very different.
I suspect that too.
I must do my duty, you understand. And if there are those souls in need of rest, I must offer it to them. You take my meaning.
Well, I hope I'm not one of those souls soon. Who knows?
Very well. And he just sort of looks. He doesn't. He just sort of his eyes flick over to Tamsin, kind of in a. It's not exactly in a. It's not exactly in kind of a desirous way, as far as as far as him being desirous of the fact that she's on the verge of collapse and wants her to rest. But it's a flicker of sympathy, actually, we'll say. that and like he's suppressing an urge to do something.
That makes sense. I did negotiate for our safety. So
Right. Well, and he brings you up to the you come to the. They pull over to the side of the street. You can now if you look out the window of the carriage, you can see the clock tower. You see this roundabout with traffic going around it. Cars from all different eras. You can see a number of shops down around, or different buildings down around the base of the clock tower. And you can see a number of people and nightmares roaming the streets. And he says, "Oh, I see the needle noses are out. It seems something is... there's a rumor that Officer Talk has been disassembled again. They're going to have to put him back together, but that means that the taxman's forces are probably out and angry. So do try to find your exit quickly."
indeed, thank you.
He tips his hat. Very well. Until we meet again.
Till then, no offense, not looking forward to it. And I wink.
He will nod.
Like, I say it in a playful way and wink,
Yeah.
saying like, I know you're a much bigger deal than you're letting on to us right now, is basically the vibe I'm trying to give.
Yeah, a
All right.
sort of respect.
Now, the doors have opened.
I climb out
And-
first so I can help Tamsin down.
Yeah,
Thank
and
You
I
see that it's
hi
nearing
to
2
Oscar.
o'clock. Actually, as the doors open, I think by this point, you will note that the clock is striking 2. And you see that seems to hurry some folks around. They're starting to move a little more quickly when they're responding to the clock.
I wonder
You
why
see the
they-
base. You So you've got basically to get across the square to the clock tower and find the door in the base of the clock tower that will lead you to that building in Portland.
I look at Tamsin and I'm like, I'm sorry, but I'm doing this. And I just scoop you up into my arms
Whoa.
so I can
Whoa.
start running.
All right.
We're running, Cal.
Cal runs after and just shouts, "Damn, that's loud. Come on, let's go, hurry."
So, you note, as you are kind of weaving across the traffic, there are no... Like, traffic's not at its peak, but there are no crosswalks here. So you're dodging cars, and as you see from where you are, you see that you're at the center of the city. From here, you note from the signage of the districts. Behind you is the re-education district with its big scholarly imposing buildings. To your left is that district with all the towers and the modern buildings and sculptures, and there's a sign on it over an archway that says Media District. Across, you see the church-like spires of the Penitence District. And to your right, you see the big blocky buildings and massive, insane clockwork and ductwork of District 13. The portal to District 13, standing open as it does, usually, this big archway with the Roman numerals 13 across the top. From out of that archway are spilling a host of beasts. Or, not exactly beasts. They look like dogs. And from here, it's kind of hard to make out exactly what they are, but they're all kind of gray. And they seem to be made of some kind of dark metal. And you see out in front of each one these long needles going back and forth. Almost like a sewing machine. And instead of barking, you can hear this sound coming from them as they come pouring out of those gates. This cacophony of as the shuttle moves on each of their heads, pulling the needle in and out.
Must move faster.
Cal will run as fast as they can without even waiting to grab one of Katrina's hands and to say, "We're not fast enough," and try to summon the chariot under all of them.
If I'm holding someone, I don't have a free hand.
So hold your elbow, your arm. Like that.
You're
Okay.
attempting to beat the needle noses to the door. You have to find the door and get through it before the needle noses get you.
We'll help by
There-
looking for the door.
There is a horde of needle noses
Oh no.
coming.
Yeah. I
Something
think Cal
like a dozen of them.
think
The pain of this attempt is going to be 9.
Whoa.
I'm gonna go ahead and use my madness talent and just search for a door that has an energy that feels different from the rest of this
Okay.
area. Like, I'm literally going to tap into my madness talent to be able to identify which door is different.
So I feel as though that seems to be key in what we're doing, so I would recommend that Katrina lead this one. Cal can still summon the chariot. That will be helping.
Yeah. I was hoping for the chariot just because from what I heard, I thought that a little height might help and a little speed will definitely help.
No, understandable. So the first thing you're going to do is get that chariot out. And then Katrina will be searching. Does Tamsin want to try to help?
I mean, could, but also I'm being carried by Katrina, so I'm just kind of like dead weight.
Over there.
Try to do anything. Yeah, I think that door looks
That's fair.
nice.
You may roll dice as well if you wish to help.
Okay.
The pain is going to be 9 that you're all going to be competing against.
Oh, I can help because it won't bother my exhaustion and stuff.
Oh, no, it
It's
won't.
just discipline. What?
No, it won't increase your exhaustion anymore.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, I'm
I want to
definitely
help,
gonna-
but
No, absolutely fine.
I mean,
Okay.
you're already as tired as you can get. How more tired can you be?
That's fair.
wow, my exhaustion. But it's in discipline. 2 successes. So you have 3.
One success.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. Well, I rolled 6 successes, but my madness is definitely dominating.
Yeah.
6,
All right.
6, 5, 4.
So, Hal, you have summoned this chariot. It appears smokily underneath you all as you're racing. And you're moving much faster. Trina, you're honing in trying to find this door as these beasts are coming running, and you can see them, and they've been sniffing around. It seems like they have no noses, but needles. He did say look out for the needle noses. That's probably them, as they're leaping forward, searching, moving hastily around the buildings. They're coming. I am going to roll my pain. I got 5 successes.
All right.
Yeah.
I got 6 on my own, and I got 1 from each of them.
Yep,
So-
6, 7, 8, 9. You actually got 9 successes because of Tamsin provides 2. Cal provides 1.
All right.
All right. And let's see. And where are your 6s? Did you say they're in madness?
Yeah, 2 6s and a 5 in madness.
Okay. The madness is dominating. What response would you like to check off?
And we all
Flee.
check out-
Because that's
Flee.
what we're doing. Yeah.
I'm gonna check out Flee.
Everyone gets to check off a response. Tamsin included.
Oh no! Oh,
You don't have Flee, Tamsin.
I don't have any responses.
Ah, time to snap.
Oh, I thought that you said when they went exhausted that it unchecked their responses as well.
Let me check. Wait, that may be true. Let me see. Let me check.
I'm
I think
pretty
I was
sure I
reading
heard
that.
you say that.
But then I didn't.
Crash.
Because then
Snap.
he said we took. Because I'm not on.
Yeah. Crashing. Let me see. It takes away it clears out your exhaustion. When you crash,
But then we didn't.
it doesn't do anything to your fight or flight responses, though.
Oh, okay. Cool.
All 3 of us have snapped.
So Tamsin, as you are, this is almost psychedelic. I think you're being carried on a chariot, and
Oh.
your discipline goes down by 1. Your permanent madness goes up to 1. And
Yeah.
But now I can uncheck the responses.
yes, now you can. Now that you've snapped. And Trina, you're honing in on this door. Your adrenaline pumping. These things are practically on your heels. Some of them are coming up around and they're chasing after you. And you hear them coming up behind you.
No.
Sorry
That sounds
to
so good.
interrupt this moment, but did we actually resolve Cal snapping before or not?
We did, yeah, no, we did. You had you had that as a did you increase your madness and lower your discipline?
Yes, I just meant like narratively.
Narratively, I thought
we
I
did
thought
a
you were
good
role
job.
playing that at the time. Basically, you both looked kind of out of it,
Yeah.
as it were.
It did say we only
But-
had to do it for one
For that scene, yeah.
Yeah.
True.
So
True.
But
Okay,
if you
never
was
mind then.
if you would like some shadow of it to return now, feel free. If you have an idea, You have an idea?
No,
Okay.
not really, but Cal will just try and make it go faster, saying, "Not letting another of my friends die."
Ah!
No one's gonna die. Yeah, I think.
Come around the base. You eventually find these dogs, these dog-like things, these needle noses coming after you. You can see running out as the arch toward District 13 comes into view once more as you're running around. You see bolting out of there. You see these beings in trench coats running, and you can tell some of their hats fly off, and their heads are only pins, and they're trying to race forward. But Trina, you zoom in, you hone in on it. There's a simple metal door. It's like a roof access door.
Mhm.
You're at the base of the clock tower. It absolutely does not belong here. And it feels like the way home.
All right. I think that's the door. That way. And
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Cal steers towards that.
Yeah, and you pull around. You're very close. You're at the base of the tower. You leap out, bolt toward the door.
Stumble out.
I'm still.
Katrina's
I'm
still
picking
carrying
you
Tamsin.
right back up. Like I set you down next to me. Then when I jumped out, I just picked you right back up and started
Dash
running
forward.
again.
Yank the door. Who's going up to the door? Who's up to the door
I'll
first?
yank the door because Samson is being carried by Katrina.
You yank the door open, and you're looking at a rooftop in daylight.
Come on!
It seems.
No!
Actually, you left at night, didn't you? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
true. So actually, it would be it's a rooftop and under the stars, but different stars from the ones above you presently.
Ooh.
And beyond, you see what looks like the landscape of Portland.
Mm.
Do you all three go through?
Well,
I think. Oh yeah.
I don't want to, but with these things right on my heels, I'm in a flee response right now. I go through. I just go through because I'm freaking out, even though like that's not what my character would choose if she had time to think.
And
But
you
she
have-
doesn't
Oh,
have time to
understandable.
think. She's going through the door.
And you have Tamsin in your arms and you're trying to protect her.
Now
Exactly. That's
When
the
the-
reasoning.
Circumstantial.
you
But the
bolt
other
out
two
through.
go-
Mhm.
But the other two go through. Cal will just slam the door right behind them. See the last two go through.
Oh,
Stand- wait a
you.
minute.
You.
Wait, Cal, which side of the door are you on? Which
on the
side?
side on the rooftop, I'm slamming like.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was worried there.
Oh,
Like, oh my
Like, what
God.
are you doing?
You slam this door shut. You can hear them still behind this door. You're trying to hold it.
Lock.
You reach over, you lock the door. That'll help. The door is kind of shuddering a bit. And you look out. You're in Portland.
Oh.
You can see this place overlooks the river.
All right. I'm gonna go once more into the breach, and I'm gonna change the energy of this door
Mm-hmm.
just to keep my friends safe. I'm gonna do what I can to make this door no longer a portal in the moment.
All right. You are trying to physically transform the door.
Yeah.
So this is going to require at least 6 madness.
Yep. I'll
Like,
roll
well-
7.
And, well, you can only... Yeah, right. It's going to require 6 madness.
I have the one. Yeah.
And this is going to be a pain as you're again trying to overcome these beings, trying to get through. But you're on the other side of the door. We are going to call this a pain of let's see, the last pain was 9, I think, right? This will be a pain of, since it's a narrower target, I'm going to downgrade it to a pain of 8. As these
Okay.
forces are trying to get through this door at you.
Cal will help.
Absolutely.
I'll try to
I didn't help.
help. I will also.
Okay. Tamsin's is trying to sort of help the door shut.
For somehow, despite me folding my whole body against the Cassa while being carried is much stronger.
Yeah.
So,
Oh.
I hate to do
And weight
this
might
to
be heavier.
everybody.
Mm-hmm.
What happened?
It's not that bad. It's not
You
that
just
bad.
you need 3.
It's
4.
just I have 5 successes.
Oh.
And madness is dominating once again, but only just.
All right. Well then. This is successful. But once again, for everyone, madness is dominating, so one more response is going to check off.
But
Fight. We're fighting the door.
What does this look like? What do you do to the door?
I'm just like, I run up and I just like throw my hands up to it, and I'm just like, literally, you can see the energy pumping through my body. Like I almost start to glow, like it's an aura around me, and it's just, it looks like it's pouring into the door, leaving me almost weak, and it's just not going at first. So then I'm just like one hand on the door and I just start punching it. Like, turn.
I'm not sure about this, but since you were just throwing both hands up, did you drop Tamsin?
I set her down.
Yeah.
I wouldn't just throw her on the ground.
I'm sitting on the ground, but with my back against the door, like trying to push it. I don't know if that helps.
Turn. And eventually...
Cal didn't really help with the 0. I'm guessing when they saw Katrina coming, they just got out of the way so Katrina had more room.
You feel the energies of the door shift. This required something phenomenal. Phenomenal force of will on your part. This is something you're not sure how often you could pull something like this off. But
It took everything.
the door itself groans. And the sounds of pursuit stop. And then the door, its lock now broken, swings open. And you see a stairwell.
All right.
That looks appropriate to this building.
That was great.
Cal fights in relief and says, "Come on, you can all crash at my place today. It's not far from here."
And I
I'm
think
not
this is going to be
crashing.
more or less when Tamsin falls asleep.
Yeah.
Just hear me snoring.
All right. Let's get her back to your place. And, yeah. I'm just gonna take a little time for myself. I'm not ready for sleep yet. Let's get her there first and, maybe not talk about this to anyone but each other.
Yeah, and maybe Tyler if we ever see him again.
One never
Yeah.
knows.
Yeah. Come, I also have a coffee maker at my place. I'll give you some of that.
Appreciate it.
And I think as you make your way down the stairs, that is where we're going to pull away from this narrative. We're going to have a little bit of a coda. Some of you we may see again at some point. So we'll just say that for now, for this arc, I'm going to ask each of you what the last thing we see, as though we were going through an ending montage in a film. The last thing we see of your character. And I'll let you go in any order you like. So my question to you is, who would like to go first to describe what's the last thing we see of you in this particular narrative, this particular arc?
I think that Cal, you see them just put Tamsin on their couch, go to the coffee maker, and you could just see them sigh as they're just making 2 cups of coffee.
Must stay awake. Understood.
I think for Tamsin, the sleep is gonna take a while, right? It's not gonna be like, so she'll just be asleep. I kind of like the idea that the show kind of goes out with her asleep, because I wouldn't really know what she would do.
Yeah, you're gonna sleep for about a day at least.
All right. And as for... Oh, go ahead if you had something else.
But it's just like, if we do include that, she's just looking through all her notes when she wakes up, trying to see like what happened and trying to go through the story.
Yeah.
Cal
It
might
can be hard
just
to remember. It's
sitting next to
like a dream.
But I'd still have like my notebooks and stuff.
Oh yeah, no, all there. It's all there.
That's one compelling piece of fiction that you just wrote that you're going to become a best-selling author for.
Yep.
And as for Katrina, I think once she gets Tamsin to a bed and has some coffee, she's immediately back out on the streets, searching for another door.
Well, those who stay awake long enough can always find a door. Mad City is nothing if not welcoming. Sorry, what were you saying?
I just think it's...
I was just gonna say, but just for Katrina, she always has a place at Cal's house if she can't stay awake.
I will never take anyone up on an offer of sleep. But yeah, I just think it's a good, I think it would be a good place to pull out, just like seeing Katrina searching for a door to go back to the Mad City, back to one of the few places that have ever really felt like home.
Yeah. And you will all note eventually that sort of looking out over the river, that coffee house no longer exists.
Yeah, that happened in real Portland too. There was only one 24-hour coffee house, and it shut down over the pandemic.
Oh wow!
Oh.
That coffee house and that part of the boardwalk and that little sliver of the Willamette River no longer exists. It's as though it was never there. Now it just looks the way it does when you look it up on Google Maps.
Yeah.
All right. Well then. And yet, well, there is, who knows what happened? Who knows what happened to that place? Perhaps one day we'll see it again. Depends.
Amazing.
On how much one likes to visit the shadows. So, thank you very much, folks, for playing Don't Rest Your Head. I very much appreciate it. This has been an utter delight to play this narrative through with you folks. I'm very, very happy to have gotten a chance to do it. This has been, I've really enjoyed it. And seeing what all of you were able to do, it was wonderful. We're going to go around and do our outros. And folks can feel free to share any final thoughts as this arc comes to a close. Anything that there will be future arcs, just so folks are aware. There'll be at least one more arc that is coming. It will no longer be the Outer Veil, which was somewhat meant thematically to deal with the Veil of Death. But it will be something else. What it will be, who knows? We'll have to see what the next group to occupy Fridays will say. But we will, as I said, go around and do our outros. Feel free to tell folks, plug anything you like, tell folks where they can find you. And feel free to share any final thoughts you have about this campaign, this arc, this whole thing. And so we're going to go in reverse order. So we will start with Cassa.
Hi, I'm Cassa, Wilding _ on Twitter, and I'm always on there usually. So if you want to see if I'm doing any more of this stuff, if I get back onto the next arc of Don't Rest Your Head, it'll probably be announced somewhere on there. But this game was incredible. I mean, Jim is always incredible, and then meeting these new people, like new wonderful friends, I'd like to say, after all this time and story that we've told together. I think it's definitely something I will really enjoy looking through my notes again, feeling just like Tamsin, and just like thinking, was it a dream, was it not? Yeah, but it was so real. It was I felt safe as well, like everything was just, it was hard hitting, but with Jim and how he does all the shows, and with everyone here, I just felt very like safe, and like I could do whatever I wanted within comfortable boundaries. So yeah, I'm so happy, and it's bittersweet, as is always ending a campaign, just that I won't be enjoying this every Friday again, but maybe soon, hopefully soon.
Cassa, I adore you. Thank you so much for playing, for jumping in and playing this. I love getting to play with you whenever I get a chance to. It is always awesome to have you here. You are always welcome. And so thank you so much. I loved Tamsin. It was really cool. I want to know if she actually becomes a journalist. I'm hoping we get to find that out at some point. Because I'd really
like. Yeah, like Krimsin said, or a fiction book writer.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Like, was this real? Did this happen? It felt so real. It felt really real. Yeah.
I mean, if Katrina keeps going back and forth, you could just write all of her encounters as fiction.
Mm-hmm. No, I would stay awake. I would go back, I think.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And we will now head over to Ace.
Hello, I am Ace. I'm not on many platforms, but if you're in a Discord channel I am in, feel free to say hi. I do not know when I'll get to play again, but hopefully I'll get to be here in a later arc, and maybe we'll see if Cal has more secrets we have not seen yet. After all, we just learned that they feel responsible for the death of their friend.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. It's thank you for letting me brainstorm with that a bit and throw that together, and for then immediately turning and using him as an antagonist.
Yes, I love that so much. Honestly, I left it open-ended because I love when backstories become part of the plot, and I think Cal will go back to the Mad City again if the others they know are going there too, or if they just don't find anywhere else they fit in on Earth.
Mm-hmm. It's hard to find a place to fit in on Earth. That's
yeah. Legit.
Absolutely fair. But yeah, no, it was great getting to finally bring in Xavier and use them as a sort of a foil for what you were doing kind of at the end, and so I really liked that. Very cool revelation there. So thanks very much for playing. Also, awesome madness talent, by the way. That was the tarot. That was an absolute delight. And thank you so much for drawing the death card. That was fun for me.
That was great.
Great.
Yeah,
I was hoping to use more cards than just the literal only
yeah.
2 I picked, and that seemed the most appropriate.
That's fair. That's fair. So finally, we will head over to Krimsin.
Hey y'all, it's your girl. I was playing Katrina Wales today, and holy shit, this game was incredible. I loved it. It was amazing. I can't, like, I wanna keep playing with you so much, Jim. Like, legit, like, I love your style. The cast was incredible. All of you were freaking amazing, and I loved it. And oh, jeepers creepers. I don't know. It was just, whew. You can find me on Twitter at sin_gal. You can find me on a bunch of different games as well. So since this is the last episode of the season, I can say that on Monday, you can catch me playing Cyberpunk Red over on Cybernation Uncensored at noon Pacific time. On Tuesday, you can find me playing the Squid Menace over on Alakazam's. This game is every other week, so it is this week, and it'll be back on the 24th after that. And that's at noon Pacific as well. On Wednesday, I have an ongoing Things from the Flood campaign over on Party Wipe Games at 1 p.m. Pacific, and I believe we have about 4 episodes left in the second season. And on Thursday, I have the penultimate episode of a show called 12 at 11 a.m. Pacific over on the Twitch Horde of Tales channel. And then, hold up, sorry. Just checking. Right, Call of Cthulhu on So Maddie Games on the opposing Thursdays at 5 p.m. Pacific time, and so that would not be this coming week, but the week after. I just played yesterday. And then one more plug for y'all, just because I'm super excited about it, and it's going to be an amazing game. This is going to be one of the longer campaigns that I'm going to be in. I was cast for Power Rangers Arcanines using the Power Ranger system over on the initiative order starting on the 23rd of this month. And I gotta tell ya, I'm super excited to be playing the Yellow Ranger and getting into that super campy stuff and like just doing poses on camera because it has to be over the top. And like, y'all gotta come check that out. It's gonna be amazing. And that's what I got for you.
Nice. Well, thank you so much for playing Krimsin. This was awesome. I really, Katrina's an excellent character, really. And just so well put together, and a very interesting and diverse madness talent that could be very versatile, I should say, that could be used for a lot of things. And it was really neat just seeing what I think some of my favorite things were seeing Katrina coming to terms with everything that she encountered and everything that and everyone that she encountered, and basically being able to make everything relatable, and that was really awesome. That's a freaking gift to be able to do that.
Oh wow,
that was great.
Thank you
Really
so much.
But I thank you all so much. This was delightful for me. Don't Rest Your Head is one of my favorite games to run, and so of course I had to eventually do a game like this one. So very happy that we've actually made it to the end of one of our arcs here, and we've seen how things conclude. Thank you all, folks. Those of you who are watching, whether it's if you're watching live, thank you so much for being here. If you're watching later on, thank you for watching later on. I appreciate it. this is this game is very much this stream was very much a labor of love, and I'm looking forward to seeing how future arcs go. But as for me, I'm Jim Ryan. You can find me at OtherDoc on Twitch, Twitter, Hive, Mastodon, and most other social media platforms. Where I'm not OtherDoc, I'm Jim Yes That Jim. My website is jimyesthatjim.com, where you can find my Geek Observation podcast and links to my various other podcasts, audio dramas, writings, and such. Down below, you can access my website, social media links, YouTube channel, and various other things. So on Monday on this channel, we are getting close to the end of the Inner Circle, the other Don't Rest Your Head arc that is currently running. I don't know for 100% certain if that's going to be the finale or if the next episode is going to be the finale, because they've got a lot going on. They've been going back and forth a lot. They've been asked to find the source of the mysterious river that's appeared in the Mad City during 13 o'clock. Perhaps there were some hints dropped during this episode about that, and I think that it'll be interesting to see kind of when they find the source of that river, and what happens when, let's say, as we saw, the one who might be responsible for it was distracted for a little while, but then noticed something was happening.
And maybe they'll just be able to have a coffee break.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
They might. But we'll see. We'll see how things go and where they end up. So that will be on Monday evening. And on Wednesdays, we are continuing our short campaign of Dune, House Versailles. We are starting, I think, to get a hold on a handle on what our rival house is doing. What our enemy house, our house is declared vendetta against us. We had one of our players encounter a band of pirates last time, and then there was a duel, and it was wonderful. So I'm very much looking forward to seeing how that continues. And so I think that's very, very cool of Brian to be running that for us. And that's going to be it for a little while. So for the next couple of weeks, we're kind of sorting out the final casting for whatever the next arc on Fridays is going to be. It's probably going to be a few weeks, probably not many weeks, but there's some folks who are sort of away and getting back, returning home after the end of the year. And sort of we're figuring things out and timing with folks as to, exactly how many slots are who we're putting in what slots. And so hopefully we will know that relatively soon. And then once we do, we will have another off-stream session 0 with them, and then we'll come back and do our on-stream 0.5, just like we did at the beginning of this one, where we do some more world building with that group and see what happens. And it'll be interesting to see what sort of narrative they put together. So very keen to see how that goes. Also, there will perhaps at some point, we were not able to do the playtest of 1 Year Hence, the Descended from the Queen game that I wrote. We were gonna do it here at New Year's Day, but unfortunately real life intervened. While real life was intervening, I sort of backed into writing the next version of it. So I want to try that out a little bit, and then we'll present it here at some point. I just need to get it there. But one day, folks, one day the public will see my Green Knight take on For the Queen. We will get there. So look out for announcements for that. We will reach that at some point. But let us see, what do we have happening? There are a few folks streaming right now. Anarysis is streaming, Lost Caravan, LB Hack 'em Up, Stellar Luna. Stellar Luna actually is doing something I remember hearing more announcements about that we might actually want to go check out if it's what I think it is. We were gonna raid one of those folks probably when we hit the end card. Yes, they're doing. Yes, they're doing they're doing a 3-shot of something with actually looks like a phenomenal cast. So we may go over there and say hi to them if we're able to. And feel free to hang on if you are so inclined and say hi to them with us. That'll be when we hit the end card. In the meantime, folks, thank you all very much for watching. Take care, and we will see you all of a sudden. Farewell.